cut off in your prime, Craig, when we start again.
Thanks. Right, it's 9:45, time to resume. Anyone watching on YouTube, apologies, we've had a few technical problems, hopefully all now resolved. Right, Mr. Alsbury, you were explaining about the drawings.
Yes, sir. So this issue arose, sir, when you noted that appended to the transport statements of common ground, there was a drawing for the Penwortham Way access, which had a different drawing number to the one that was submitted with the applications of fields. There is no difference between that drawing and the drawing that was submitted with the planning application, save in respect to the fact that the drawing submitted with the planning applications was a zoomed-in version of it. Right. So all we did in November 21 was to zoom out, show the entirety of the works at Penwortham Way and give it a new drawing number. So when we agreed with the planning conditions, we will be reflecting that later drawing number,
Right.
and therefore the drawing that was appended to the transport statement of common ground. There is another outstanding question in respect to drawings, which is the drawing for the B Lane Bridge improvement, and there was an updated version of that drawing submitted earlier this year to the local authority. And with the agreement of the local authority, it will be the updated drawing number that we include in the conditions.
Okay, and just to confirm, which drawing is that updated one, just so that I know what I'm looking at there?
It's 105A.
105A, okay.
So 103 becomes 109.
Yep.
And 105 becomes 105A.
Okay, thank you. And that's agreed.
We're just having
potentially agreed. Right? Yes. Yeah.
See as an issue, so but I can't tell you if that's agreed at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. Right, of course, and because they are new drawings, I mean, I realise that Penwortham Way is effectively the same drawing, but if the B Lane Bridge drawing is a new drawing, then if that needs to be accepted into the inquiry, then ultimately it's not for me to make that decision, but for the Secretary of State. So in your representations and submissions, you should be making clear what each party's position is if the drawing isn't accepted.
Yes, fine. Can I just understand, sorry, is this a new drawing, the B Lane Bridge drawing? Yes, what's the difference?
Sorry, sir, I can explain.
Okay.
It's the change to the B Lane design that you will have seen in my evidence that includes a separate footway from the carriageway.
So the drawing that we're speaking about is actually, is it reflected in your evidence already?
Indeed it is,
it's
sir.
just
okay.
Yes,
turning
yes.
the drawing.
Right,
So there's
okay.
absolutely no prejudice to anybody because it's been available
Right, yep,
at least
yep.
from 4 weeks before the inquiry started. That's my
Okay.
submission, sir.
Yep.
Can I just so I'm looking at the right drawing, Mr. Axon. Within your evidence, there is Appendix MA3, and that has a figure 4, which has the title B Lane Bridge Improvement Option.
Which page, sorry?
It's,
Since you've got it.
It's page 29 of your appendices within Appendix 3, and it's figure 4. Which is the arrangement I've been looking at.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Is
yes.
that effectively 105? It doesn't have a drawing number on it. Is that 105A?
That's effectively 105A, but we coloured it in here to actually identify.
Excellent.
Oh, so it's coloured here,
Yeah.
but in the original drawing, so to speak, you won't have the benefit of the colours.
Yeah.
Whereabouts was that
So
again? Sorry.
that's Mr. Axon's appendices. He's very helpfully paginated his appendices. something I recommend to everybody. Page 29,
Yep.
within Appendix 3, and it's figure 4.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
That's the
Right.
coloured in version.
Indeed.
You've stayed within the lines and everything. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Right.
Right, the other things I was looking for updates on. Oh, well, before we move to the other updates, are there any other core documents that need to be discussed at all then? Because there are a number that have been
I know.
added.
I know.
And I'm very conscious that I don't want anyone to feel
No.
that they've not had opportunity to address any points.
So I've looked again at the list this morning, and I know that the appellant submitted the email from Mr. Pike
That's right.
to Mr. Whitaker. That's on the list now at CD 1084.
Yep.
Thank you.
And then the letter from the Isle of Man is at 1085.
And that's it, I think. Isn't it?
Okay.
I think that those are the overnight editions.
Okay, good. Excellent. Thank you. Right, on to the other longer standing matters, the building heights.
Yes, Mr.
Any? Oh,
Yes,
Mr. Alsbury?
So we don't yet have an agreed position with the council on building heights. We continue to have exchanges of correspondence on the matter, and if it's okay with you, what I think we will do is, come what may, issue to you by close of play tomorrow a short email which sets out our respective positions, or an agreed position if we can reach an agreed position by then.
Okay, brilliant. That'd be good. Yep. Okay. Good. Thank you very much. The planning obligation.
Yes. So that probably falls on me to give you some information as far as the Borough Council is concerned. There's an internal meeting taking place between the solicitor who's dealing with that for us within the council and one of the senior planning officers. I understand that as for the obligations that concern us particularly, we're largely agreed with the appellants, and there's, I think, genuine optimism that we're going to get to a state of agreement over the next day or so.
Yes.
There are obviously obligations that affect the county council in particular, and they're party to the agreement, as I've mentioned before. I'm not sure. We've tried to leave it to the appellants and the county council to sort those out. I'm not sure that they are quite as advanced. So Mr. Lloyd might be able to help further.
No, so we're not quite as advanced as we are with the county. So we're going to keep. I understand that Mr. Stevens and his team are going to come back to us with comments in the next day or so.
Okay.
So we'll take a view then tomorrow by close of business as to whether we think we will be able to get to an agreed position on those. If we can't, then what we I think it would do so is keeping the agreement as it is, but then possibly taking out those provisions that we can't agree and putting those in a unilateral undertaking. And I think so that's a position that the South Whittle Council would prefer. So we try our best to agree, but if we can't, so I think that's what we would do. So you would have a Section 106 agreement with everything that is agreed, and a standalone unilateral undertaking dealing with those elements if you can't.
Okay. Right, thank you very much. So we'll know about that tomorrow.
Yes,
End of play. Right,
In
excellent.
terms of you seeing it as well, so I would have thought by Monday we will have both those documents, or if it's an agreement, a single document in a very advanced state. And so I know you need some reading in time in advance of the session on Wednesday. Would Monday be sufficient?
Yes, as long as that's early on Monday.
Yes.
Yep, okay.
It's just it'd be useful to have the weekend.
Yep.
Just to
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Good.
So would you find it useful to have because I know that you've done an explanatory note, would you find that useful, sir, as a guide to the 106?
If there is, if that's sufficiently advanced that it's
Yes,
it's reflecting.
Yes, so we'll submit that with the agreements so that it's a
Yep.
bit of a...
Okay. Yes. Yep. Brilliant. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
So that obviously also gives rise to the question about the conditions when you, whether, I don't know where we are on those, go on.
Okay, well, that was the next point. Yes,
Sorry.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, that's well prompted.
Yeah, so on conditions, again, like the building heights issue, we continue to have a dialogue with the Borough Council on conditions, well indeed, and the County Council. And I think what we've agreed is that in whatever state the conditions are come close of play tomorrow, we will submit the 2 sets of draft conditions to you then. I'm expecting us not to have been able to agree all of the conditions or indeed every element of every condition, but where there are areas of disagreement, we will annotate the document so that it's clear to you where they exist.
Okay, excellent. And will you make it clear exactly what each party is proposing in terms of the conditions? Thank you. Right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Just a couple of other things quickly. Mr. Axon's response to
That's going to be with
that's
you on, I promised it on the latest on Wednesday. If we can do better and have it for Tuesday, we will. Mr. Axon's acutely aware once he's finished today's session.
Sure.
Then
Yeah,
that's
I
his-
appreciate it.
his
Yeah, it's just
task.
understanding the timescales. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And will we be able to get a copy of the leader's statement from him and put onto the... Fabulous, thank you. Good.
Are you happy to have that would you like a hard copy as well?
No, it's fine on
Electronic.
Thank you. Excellent. Right. Any other procedural matters? No. And there's no interested parties present that are wanting to speak. So,
I think before we start with it, sorry to hold you up yet more, Mr. Axon, but I'm just going to rearrange some furniture here because this poor chap here has got a ferry and that's going to drive me mad during the course of the day. So if you wouldn't mind just...
okay. We'll do, yep.
So we either swap them or brush this one upside to it, so it doesn't bother. Just swap them. Let me just get rid of this. I don't know. In the air. Should we just take it off there? That's it. Look at that. All right, Richard. You okay? Yeah. Oops. Put it next to Mr. Pond's option. It's a nice table for you, Mr. Stevens. It's not squeaky. That's your ball. It's wobbly, but it's not squeaky. Is this yours? Yes. So, disgusting drinks against it. Oh, is it time to go home? Right.
Right. Okay. In which case we move on to Mr. Axon's evidence.
Indeed. Thank you very much indeed, sir. So, I'm going to call Mr. Axon, who's been sitting there for a little while, and for Mr. Axon's evidence, as you will know, very well know by now, we have a proof of evidence from Mr. Axon, which has a set of appendices with it. We have a rebuttal from Mr. Axon, which also has a set of appendices. It would certainly be useful for you to have to hand Mr. Stevens' proof. I don't think we'll be going to his rebuttal, but if you're popping things on your desk, then, you know, good to have those there. And we will, on 2 occasions, I think, be dipping into the framework, which I know you've got somewhere there. So, grand. So, Mr. Axon, you introduce yourself in your main proof at page 2, and you explain that you've got a degree in civil engineering. You're a fellow of the Chartered Institution of Highways and Transportation and a member of the Transport Planning Society. Over 30 years' experience in the field. Global Director for Transport for SLR Consulting. Prior to that, you were the Managing Director of Vectus, and you go on to explain your various roles in the sector and wider afield, and then you explain various other background matters. Are those details correctly set out there?
Yes, they are.
Good. Right. So we're going to divide the evidence in chief into two main tranches. The first, and most of which will be concerned with the issue of severe impact, yes or no, and the second will be safety. So we're going to start with severe impact, yes or no. And just to set the scene, we will recall, and can probably recite it in our sleep, that at paragraph 111 of the framework we are told development should only be refused on highways grounds if the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. And you will recall that Mr. Stevens was happy to work on the basis that severe means very great. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, we know, because we've seen it already at this inquiry, that you have used a microsimulation model for various routes.
Yes.
And we know that there were 7 of those 7 routes which were reported in the TA, Transport Assessment.
Correct.
2 of which have been amalgamated for the purpose of your proof of evidence.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And we know, because we've seen it several times, that the results of the microsimulation model are reported by way of journey times.
Correct.
On the one hand, without the development, on the other hand, with the proposed development.
Yes, that's right.
Right. So that begs the first question, which is, do you consider that analysing journey times with and without the proposed development on various routes, is it or is it not an appropriate way to consider whether an impact would be severe?
It is an appropriate way, sir.
And why do you say that?
So, journey times, this is, if you like, the sort of tangible metric by which we live our lives. It's part of our social fabric and our business fabric, if you like. We talk about journeys a lot. We talk about it mainly in terms of time. It's how we understand travelling convenience.
Thank you. And what about, you'll recall Mr. Stevens was felt it appropriate to speak in terms of and to report miles per hour, speed. What about speed?
Very simply, journey time is a function of speed, and I did hear what was said.
Speed and anything else?
Well, I remember a lot of things, but so just to put it in context, when we normally, I mean, if Mr. Katkowski went to a dinner party, somebody might say, how did you get here? How long did it take you to get here? Mr. Katkowski, well, he might, but he wouldn't normally answer 6.5 miles an hour. Its journey time is that function of speed.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. What about in terms of assessing severity, what about encountering congestion, for example, at individual junctions en route? So from A to B, it's taken you, I don't know, 15 minutes. One might or might not be interested in one's speed. What about encountering congestion at individual junctions on your way?
So it's the same element. The end product is still journey time. So again, journey time is a function of what Mr. Katkowski has talked about, congestion at junctions. It all goes back to journey time.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. No, we know, because we've seen this through my questioning of Mr. Stevens, that in your rebuttal in your rebuttal, if we could turn to your rebuttal proof. We have in your rebuttal, there's at page 28, there's a figure, MA rebuttal figure 1-12, which shows 3 routes A, B and C, which we're, I think, tolerably familiar with. And for those routes, have you run the microsimulation model for those routes using optimizing signal junction signal settings?
Yes, I have. What that means, sir, is that we looked at individual junction models to establish the optimum signal settings for those junctions, and then plug that back into the microsimulation model, which gives you that metric of journey time. Yes is the answer.
Thank you very much indeed. And we know, because we've seen it already at the inquiry, that you report the results that are produced by the modelling for some of the routes in your figures, in your rebuttal 1-8 and 1-9 on page 24, and this is the A582. So is this, I'm just trying to remember now, is this route A as it's been labelled in your evidence?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and we can see there, we've already seen it at the inquiry, we can see the difference between what's called the reference and the development case. Is that with and without the proposed development, in other words?
That's right.
Thank you very much indeed. And then do we find in your rebuttal at page 26, paragraph 1.92, sub 3, so towards the top of the page, do we find a summary of the results across the day, and then a particular explanation of the position in the peak hours in the morning and the afternoon?
Yes.
Now, if we hold that in our mind's eye, whilst we've got the rebuttal, do we then find slightly later in your rebuttal at page 29, figure MA rebuttal 1-13, that you have journey time comparisons, forgive me, for routes not only A but B and C as well?
Yes, we do.
And we can see that there's a written explanation of the position in your rebuttal for those routes as well. Now, let's stick with your rebuttal for now. Of the analysis that's been done, if we flip back to page 26 of your rebuttal, and that's subparagraph 3, 192 subparagraph 3, for those morning and afternoon peak hours for the A582, are they the largest increases in other words, the largest increases in journey time that the model has shown?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So if we take it from the worst, if you like, first of all, these are peak hours, so can you just help us please? You've also reported the position across a 12-hour period, in contrast to what the County Council has done, which is tell us the position simply in the morning and the afternoon peak. Now, what's the relevance of, Mr. Axon, of considering life outside the peak hours?
Yes, sir. As transport planners, we now need to consider the effects of accessibility and transport across the entirety of the day, because that's the livability aspect, if you like, of movement. I have to say that many years ago, we used to look at the peak commuter period. That was some time ago, but it's now relevant to actually look at the entirety of the day. Now, that includes peak periods, but it doesn't necessarily prioritise the peak periods for the reason I've given.
All right, thank you very much indeed. So if we know that outside peak periods, as you report, page 26, your rebuttal 192 sub 3, we know the position outside the peak periods is that for much of the day. The difference in journey times, which comes about because of our development, is a minute or so. But in the peak periods, we know that we have results which are a bit under 2 minutes difference, a bit under 3 minutes difference, a bit over 2 minutes, a bit over 2 minutes. Those are the worst case figures which are produced, or the worst of these results, if you like. Now, what do you say, Mr. Axton, in relation to that test, if you like, or threshold of severe, obviously adverse, severe impact that we find in paragraph 111 of the framework, with results of that nature in front of us?
Yes, so sir, two things. One is those are small differences in the context of movement on the network in a situation where the bar for severity is necessarily now a very high bar when it comes to traffic convenience and inconvenience. So what I say about this is that we are, it cannot be construed, these levels of change in journey time, as a severe impact. In fact, it's barely noticeable in my view and understanding. Small difference, high bar,
Yep.
not severe.
Very much indeed. And if we move on to your rebuttal to where you graphically, if you like, represent the differences in journey times for routes B and C, remembering B and C are shown on page 28 of your rebuttal, and the results are produced in graphs or figures on page 29. And we know that the changes in journey times are smaller, lesser than the ones that you've just been speaking about. Were I to ask you the same question, would you give any different answer?
No.
Thank you very much. Now then, of course, one thinks to oneself, well, what about the other routes that you assessed? We don't need to turn it up, I don't think, because we can simply give a reference. Are they reported in the transport assessment, which is called document 1.68?
They are.
And I'm just going to check whether this is the original or the PDF page. I've got a note that it's page 57. Let me just check. So no, that's not the PDF page. Bear with me.
63 PDF.
63 PDF. Yeah. Bear with me. Hold on. Well, yes, at PDF page. Thank you. At PDF page 63, original page 57, we find the various routes set out. And so the routes which you haven't already covered by referring us to your rebuttal are, just for the note, are routes 6, 7 and 5, or even 5, 6 and 7.
Yes, yes. Yeah, well done.
I have no idea why the notes got them in as they have, but anyway, there you are, 5, 6 and 7. And in terms of journey time differences, we can look all this up if we need to, but do we find journey time differences for those routes which are smaller than the worst case ones that we saw for the A582 in terms of differences?
We do see differences which are smaller.
Yeah.
I will add that Route 6 eastbound is also run in my rebuttal evidence at Appendix, page 43, and that gives an optimised figure for one of the movements of Route 6.
Let's unscramble that then.
Yeah,
so
please.
Let's stick with the TA first of all. So the results reported for those other routes, smaller changes than the ones that you've already been talking about. I think one can assume what you would say to this, but just for the record, were I to ask you whether those changes in journey times represent a severe adverse impact in your opinion?
No.
No, thank you very much indeed for the reasons that you've already given.
Yes.
Thank you. And then you told us just now that in your rebuttal appendices,
Yes.
one of the routes, remind me which one.
So it's Route 6.
Yep, rebuttal appendix,
My notes say page 43.
page 43. That's where it
hard copy.
starts. Yeah, hard copy, page 43, paragraph
Indeed.
26. is where the point starts. Then over the page, at page 44 in your rebuttal appendix 2, using your continuous pagination, page 44, do we find the optimised scenario reported here for the evening peak for Route 6, and do we find a difference of, well, it's not even a minute, it's 41 seconds, I think, between the with and without development?
Yes.
Yep. Same question, same answer, I assume, about
Yes.
severity. Yep.
Yes, indeed.
Or lack of. Yep. All right, thank you very much indeed. Good. Well, that's a brief, I think the word canter probably is appropriate here, a brief canter through your, rapid canter through your results on journey times. What I want to move to next, if I may, with you, is to set the scene for trying to understand the differences in your work on the one hand and Mr. Stevens for the County Council on the other. All right? Because we know that there are differences, and we're going to explore what it is that you want to say about the key differences over the next little while. And I wonder whether first of all we could just sort of set the contextual scene, if you like, just try to put everything into some sort of broader understanding of tolerances and so on in the data that we're dealing with here, just that we can understand, please.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. I've heard a lot about numbers and the specifics of numbers. I wanted to just set this scene. So two things I wanted to talk about: tolerances for surveys and tolerances for daily movement. So traffic surveys, there is always an element of error when individuals actually make the counts. And typically we might think that's plus or minus 10% in terms of the sort of counting error. And so I'm just going to reference this in Mr.
Because we've actually got the counts, haven't we?
Yes, indeed. It's actually that the counts in Mr. Stevens' appendices at Appendix 16, if you actually ran through some of the numbers, would give you this indication. So we've actually looked at the volume of vehicles entering a link from one junction count and the volume of vehicles leaving a link from the next junction count up the road.
As reported in Mr. Stevens' Appendix 16, so using the numbers that he has very helpfully provided.
Yes, no, that's right.
Yes.
And this is not a surprise.
And what have you found?
What we've found is a difference, which is what I would expect in a closed system where there are no junctions in between. The largest difference I found, and I didn't by any means look at every number, but the difference between inbound and outbound, the largest one, 23%, other figures, 4%, 6%, 8%. That's simply an indication, sir, of my point that we're really looking at about a plus or minus 10% factor for counting tolerance. I'll put it that way rather than error.
Yeah. And there's just, sorry, for some of us, I mean, I'll put my hand up, well, until you explained this to me, I had no idea how these counts are done, but for those in the room, and I don't know whether the inspector has heard any of this before in previous inquiries, but can you just give us a little understanding as to how the numbers get onto the page in the first place and why it might be that one number, X, goes in and X minus Y comes out, or whatever in the words, there's 10% difference or there or thereabouts.
Yes,
just tell us about these people, these
well,
happy folk.
You're going to my small room with no windows in a town not far away. So obviously we know some of the survey companies that have undertaken these surveys, and what happens typically is that a video survey is undertaken of a junction, and then effectively at a later date it is given to somebody in a room with no windows. Actually, I made that up, but you know what I mean. And they sit in front of the screen and the video, and they actually put the video on fast forward, and they effectively count the cars passing through the junction. And so you're going to get human errors.
Yeah. And is that, so the plus or minus 10%, is that like a rule of thumb, if you like, plus or minus 10%?
Yes, that's all it is. That's all it is.
Yeah. So there's a rule of thumb, plus or minus 10%, and is that entirely due to human error, if you like, by way of fast forwarding the video and missing vehicles here or whatever it might be.
That's probably the biggest
Right,
reason.
okay. Let's not worry too much
yeah.
about the others. I hope we pay these people lots of money to do this, Mr. Axon. Right. Anyway, so that's tolerance in survey data. You said, I think there was another point you wanted to talk about.
Yes, you may have heard of this before. Daily variation. So when counts are undertaken, they're effectively a snapshot in time. It's not the case that everybody always travels along exactly the same route at exactly the same time, doing the same things day after day after day. And so you generally see a daily variation in movement. Now, in the past, we've always assumed that tolerance is plus or minus about 15%. And I would say, sir, that if you wanted a reference for that, that was actually the common ground in the Hertford inquiry that I've included in my evidence, I think 10.4 CD 10.44, and that's set out in the inspector's report as common ground. So plus or minus 15%. Again, it's a generalisation.
And is that across the day?
In the way in which it is used, it's hour by hour across
Right.
the day.
Okay. Because the thought just crossed my mind, quite literally, that we know that Mr. Stevens, for example, went to one of his cul-de-sacs, so to speak, and did counts on different days and got results which were not the same.
Correct.
Were out by certainly more than 15%. Does that bear upon this point or not, or is that just a random example, if you like?
No, it's actually a good illustration that you might see different things happening on different days. And I think with Mr. Stevens' example, the one that you've brought up, the actual numbers of movements are actually quite low. So even a small difference in movements makes quite a big percentage change.
Got it. All right, thank you very much indeed. So that's some contextual sort of background, if you like. So what have you done next then, Mr. Axon, please, in terms of trying to isolate the big ticket items, if you like, between you and Mr. Stevens? What have you done to...
All I've tried to do is to understand the differences between me and Mr. Stevens in the context of those tolerances.
Yep.
And so...
and have you, for the sake of the exercise which you're about to run through, and which we're about to go through, big ticket item by big ticket item, have you looked at any specific part of the network as a proxy, or what have you done?
I recall Mr. Stevens saying that he was most concerned with the A582, the east-west stretch of the A582. And so what I've done is I've taken one of those links, in fact, the link between the Croston Road junction and the Stanfield Lane junction, so which I can explain if need be.
Well, I'd like you to explain by using Mr. Stevens' table numbers, because for those who are very, very familiar with these names for these junctions, fine, but for those of us who perhaps are less au fait with these names, it would be quite nice if you just said, the link between the junction shown on table this, that and the other, and table something else. So we find all of this is in his, that's Mr. Stevens, section 5, and his series of tables starts at page 92 of his proof. So once the inspector has that, well, there you are.
I do, yes.
Brilliant.
Yep, thank you.
So the link is between the junctions reported in tables what and what, please?
Between tables 14 and 15.
Between 14 and 15. Which of those is the junction which is very close to another junction? Is that 13 and 14?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the link between the junction, Croston Road, Farrington Road, Centurion Way, which is table 14, and the Lostock Road, Farrington Road, Stanleyfield Lane, must have some nice name, table 15. That's the link which you've isolated for the purpose of this exercise. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Just to try and get a handle on something anyway. So with that done, have you sought then, by looking at the flows which Mr. Stevens has in his tables and the work that you've done, have you sought to try and get an understanding as to which of the differences between you and him in relation to the inputs to the models, different models that have been used, which factors, if you like, lead to the biggest changes in the outputs between you and him, if you sought to do that?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And we know that Mr. Stevens the other day had his own list, which was, if I might say, very helpful. And he had at the top of his list, I think, the difference between you and him on Tempro. Is that at the top of your list as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you just give the inspector an understanding, please, of A, what you've done to seek to derive an understanding as to why that's the biggest ticket item between you and him, and secondly, what the difference is between you and him in terms of percentages?
Yes, sir. I'll try and explain it in this way. So I've looked at 4 elements: Tempro, background traffic flow, i.e. the difference between 2018 and 21, the effect of committed development, which includes distribution, and the effect of development.
Our development,
yes.
The effect of our, so development trips, our development trips.
Correct.
Okay, the trip rate.
And so what I've done, and this is for the purpose of looking at, to some extent, order of magnitude in the context of what I was talking about earlier, the tolerances. And so for each of those elements, I've identified the difference in traffic flow between the two of us. And I've represented that as a proportion of the council's development case flow on the link. And by development case flow, what I mean is the traffic flow that the council has reported on the link when it includes all of its elements.
So that's the end. So in all of Mr. Stevens' diagrams, that's the end state, the bottom of each table. 2035
yes.
With everything including our development.
Correct. That's
Whatever
right.
the everything is, but everything including our development. All right.
That's right.
So as a percentage of that, so to try to get a handle on the extent to which things matter, do we need to spend the inspector's time, if you like, trying to get an understanding of the differences and why there might be differences and who might be right and who might be wrong. Let's have the order of magnitude then, please.
So on that basis, I had Tempro at 15%. I had the difference between us on background flow.
That's 2018 versus 2021.
Correct. As 11%. The committed development, or the difference between us on committed development, in the order of 3%.
And the difference in committed development, just to understand this, you're using the same committed developments, but have you distributed them to the network differently?
That's correct.
Okay, so that difference,
Yeah.
so it's actually the distribution element of the committed development amounts to 3%.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. What's next?
And lastly, the difference between us on our development trips, 2%.
2%. So the trip rate's 0.2%. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm going to ask you about each of those in a few moments' time. But before I do that, I just want to have your help, please, on a point that was made by Mr. Stevens, if you like, as a criticism of the work that you've done, you and your colleagues have done, vis-a-vis what year to project forward to. He, Mr. Stevens, has used 2035, and he stated that you've used an earlier year. Have you?
No, sir, that's not correct, which I would need to explain the context of how one applies Tempro.
Okay, all right. So just to put a marker down, so this is going to come, is it in your explanation of Tempro?
I
difference
prefer
between you.
to do it that way.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's absolutely fine. You're the witness.
Hmm.
If you forget, I shall remind you. So we're going to start with the first of those, the biggest ticket item, which is the difference between you and Mr. Stevens vis-a-vis Tempro. Now, Mr. Axon, have you put in a short sort of speaking note, 1.5 pages, I've got it in front of me, what it is that you're about to say.
Yes, I have. I
Yes.
thought it may
So
be best to
would
write
you
it down.
find it helpful, so to obviously to have a copy of that? It's literally what, as I understand it, Mr. Axon's going to say, or if you prefer to just write it all down, you're very welcome to.
It would be helpful.
Yeah.
No objections to
Well,
me.
If Mr. Axon's going to say it anyway,
He is.
whether we've got the bit of paper or not, I suppose I can't object. I mean, it's slightly disappointing you've had documents going before you so that we've not seen before, and it contains new information. I don't know if it does contain new information. Obviously, if it does, Mr. Stevens might have had something to say about it.
I don't think it does actually, but anyway.
Well, if it doesn't have new information, then that's fine. But
Yeah.
I haven't
We'll
seen
have a
it.
look at it and
You-
then. And
You can either
take
hear it
it.
without the note, or you can hear it with the note. I mean, it's that simple. So
Yeah.
you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Action, probably the sensible thing to do is, as you've taken the time to collect your thoughts and put them on a piece and a half of paper, sheet and a half of paper, perhaps if you read through this, if I need to put you on pause at any point to elaborate or explain a point, because I haven't really understood it, then I will. So take it from the top, but you begin by referring to Appendix 1, page 13 of your rebuttal. So we might just have that open. So this is your rebuttal appendices. It's your first appendix, and in your sequential pagination, it's page 13, where we find a heading Tempro Approach. And that takes us through in this note to the top of page 16, I think. Okay. And so if one wants to find an explanation from your technical expert colleagues, if you like, in relation to the use of Tempro, is it reported there in that passage in your rebuttal appendix?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So does that explain the first paragraph, which I haven't let you read yet?
Thank you. Thank
this
you.
note.
It does, yes.
Okay, off you go. Over to you, Mr.
Yes.
Excellent.
Paragraph 2.
Yes, paragraph 2. Off you go.
So what I've tried to do here is to... I was going to say I shall say this only once, but I don't think that phrase will be lost on many people,
Right, go on.
possibly even yourself.
Yes.
So
You've lost me. But go
yeah,
on.
I thought I'd lost you already. So I'm going to explain it in this way. Tempro, it's a flexible tool. It's a big tool. There are lots and lots of technical elements to it. And you can apply discretion to some extent in its use. You can choose. What I've done, as I've said, at a high level, there's two ways of looking at the use of Tempro. So way one, this is simply to take a Tempro factor and apply it blanket wide to a network. And actually I looked at what blanket growth factor one would apply to this network using, I'll say, the current version of Tempro, which is not the version that the council use. They're using the one step older, and it's not the one that I'll explain in a moment that's just been announced. So the current version of Tempro from 2018 to 2035, effectively the council's period, a straight Tempro factor is about 10%.
Right, okay. So just looking at paragraph 3 of your note, so the version is version 8, as you report it there.
Well, no, the version I've used for 10% is version 7.2,
Oh, I see.
which is the version, if
I'm
you
so
like,
sorry.
that existed before
I should shut
version
up.
8.
I should shut up.
Yeah.
I've misread the paragraph. My
Yeah.
fault.
No,
Go on.
thank you. Now, there are a number of things you can do then. You can apply factors to these ratios, and there's a box to tick, which is a box that includes something called an uncertainty factor. It's slightly more technical than I've actually explained, and you need to go to the National Transport Model to find the factors, but nonetheless that's the effect. This factor only applies in certain specific circumstances, and there's a health warning that goes with it. It says this is a very approximate approach. So the council has ticked this box, and the consequence of ticking the box and using the current version of Tempro, is that the LCC Tempro factor would go up from 10% to about 15%. Therefore, if one went to way 1, the blanket growth factor across the network, one would be applying 15% uplift in background traffic, in measured traffic in 2018, in lieu of all development. That's committed development, our allocated development, and also the element of growth that Tempro assumes but that hasn't yet been defined. So sites that we don't know anything about yet.
Okay.
So that's way 1. Way 2 is to look at the specific growth from known developments, including, for instance, committed development and allocated development. Then it's to compare this growth with that Tempro figure for the network. If the known growth is higher than that Tempro figure, because they're doing the same things, it's often the case, as indeed actually the A582 dualling application did, that the overall specific growth is capped to the Tempro figure. Doesn't have to be, but sometimes and often it is, and if necessary I can actually provide examples. It happens. We are often required to do that as part of our modelling by various authorities. We know that other county authorities' own models look at it in this way. It's because the logic behind Tempro is that the movement growth is this function of population and economic forecast. That's where it comes from the OBR. So that general approach has actually been taken by the A582 assessment, and it has been capped in the area to those growth forecasts.
But as your note says, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
Right, okay.
No.
Okay. So you've got way 1 and way 2, and I think you've got to the end of paragraph 7 of your note. So proceed, please, from there.
Yes, thank you, sir. What the council has done is it's looked at that direct assessment of committed development on our application. But rather than comparing it against the Tempro figure, what it's done is it's derived a Tempro figure to add on top. And it's the adding on top as opposed to comparing that we say is inappropriate. Or if that's what the council are doing, we say that so when you're looking at the results, you need to look at them cognizant of the fact that what's happened is that the council have actually loaded Tempro traffic on top of, to some extent, what is already allowed for within Tempro. And what I've done here, and I'll just give you the reference, sir, but it is where we went to earlier. So we went to my appendix, Appendix 1, and I've got page...
To your rebuttal.
Yes, sir. Where the one you've got open. And it's tables, for instance, I've got 4 and 5.
Yeah. On
That
page
actually
14 and 15.
That's right. These show the sort of resulting growth figures, and for the little bit of the network that Mr. Stevens is most concerned about, that East-West A582, I've looked at this same link again, the link between tables 14 and 15 that we talked about earlier, and effectively the growth there is 35%.
On what approach, sorry?
On the approach that the council has taken that I've just described, you end up with a 35% growth figure, compared to if you were undertaking the simple Tempro figure, 15%. There's now, so I'm going to come to our modelling, because to some extent that's the council's modelling. To some extent, it can almost do what it likes in this respect. You just need to be cognizant of what's been done.
So let's just pause to just pick. So far you've been seeking to explain your understanding of the county council's modelling, and you've mapped it out there.
Indeed.
And you've said to the inspector he just needs to be cognizant of the fact that if you do it the county's way, you get growth on that particular link, for example, at 35%, whereas if you just applied tempo straight, you would have got 15%. You're
Yes.
not, are you or are you not saying to the inspector that in effect the county was sort of prohibited from doing what they've done? I mean, or not? Because you've talked about this being very discretionary. I don't know about very, but discretionary.
No, sir. It's very difficult to see in temporo a prohibition
Yes.
for doing many things.
Right. Okay.
I'm simply bringing to your attention what has been done,
Yes.
and that's why some of the growth figures are very, very high.
Okay. So that's the county side of the equation. Now, we will recall, those of us who've been listening to this, that when Mr. Stevens explained all of this in his evidence in chief, the way it was explained was, well, that's what he's done. You've now unscrambled that and explained it. But that's also what you should have done, if you like. You should have followed that approach with your model, because it was a criticism. All this came up as a criticism of your work, of the microsimulation modelling that's been done. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I do remember that, sir. That's not correct.
And where are we in your note now?
Paragraph 11.
Thank you.
So, when it comes to our modelling approach, interestingly, there's a different approach in temporo because of the nature of our traffic model. So we've looked at a local area-wide traffic model. When we actually look at a local area-wide traffic model, the temporo actually, if you remember me saying earlier that the uncertainty factor can only apply in certain circumstances, it can't apply to our model. So the nature of our model, because it's area-wide, that factor can't be applied. And so temporo applies different factors due to the nature of the model. So that's one difference. And another difference, sir, is that our starting point is 3 years later than the council's.
Is that 2021 plays 2018?
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so what's the consequence of that?
Well, the equivalent temporo figure to the council's 15% for us is 8%, and that's still on the current, not the updated, not the newly announced version of temporo. And so what the appendix that you were taking to earlier, the technical modelling appendix, and I've tried to explain here, now does, is effectively what is normal practice for modellers of this nature, certainly in various parts of the UK, and if necessary, I can explain. The reason I say that is because, of course, our modelling team, probably about 50% of their work is public sector, 50% is private sector. It's a separate company. They are actually the guardians of some of these authority models, and these are the ways in which those models have been constructed. So what we've looked at is, firstly, we've looked at the effect of committed development on the network, and we've said, what growth does our assumptions about committed development actually bring to the area-wide network? And when we looked at that, we found that across the network, it was between 8% and 11%, depending upon the time of day, which is greater, if you remember, I've just mentioned, than the temporo factor of 8%. Again, in a sometimes world, what would happen, and the A582 assessment had actually done this, is that we would therefore cap that growth at the temporo 8% and effectively add no more. We didn't do that. We actually allowed the growth to continue and spill out above the temporo growth. And then what we did is we added development traffic, which is another element of growth.
That's our development traffic.
Yes.
Whereas in temporo, just to understand this, as we're an allocated site, are we in temporo anyway?
We're in temporo.
Yeah.
We're an allocated site. So this brought our growth figures across our area-wide network to between 10 and 13%. That's my paragraph 14. Now, we then looked at what our actual growth figure on Mr. Stevens' sensitive part of the network
most sensitive
was,
highest concern or
indeed.
whatever. Yeah.
And we saw that in our situation, we had a 27% growth figure on that link. The reason, sir, that it's different is because within our area we will have points at which we have a higher growth figure and a lower growth figure. We get back to our 10 to 13% as a whole, but on that particular link we've assumed 27%. And therefore, what I then say, sir, putting all the LCC models to one side, and you can make a judgment about those, that in absolute terms, we've already applied higher growth than if we had capped a Tempro, which is a perfectly reasonable thing and quite normal thing to do.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So that's got all the percentages out and explained one model plays a different model and whether you can or can't tick boxes in Tempro. So then moving on to the very end of this note, you've got a couple of 3 or 4 sentences about the new version of Tempro. It might have, I don't think it was said explicitly by Mr. Stevens that it was just out for consultation, but one might have implied from what he said or thought from what he said that was the position. So can you just correct the record, please? What is the position?
Yes, sir. I mean, this is simply for clarity. It's an announcement that it's coming, not a call for comment.
Yes. So, and you tell us in your note that the announcement was on the 8th of August.
Correct.
And the date when the announcement indicated new Tempro would come into effect would be is November?
It's November, sir, this year.
Okay. And the prior announcement of that, is that why not just issue it? I mean, what's the prior announcement for then?
As it happens, in the past, DFT have been roundly criticised for effectively surprising people.
Okay.
So I think simply this time around they're giving they're giving a notice. The other point there worth saying, sir, is this has been quite a long time coming, because it was something that was being derived effectively pre-COVID, and as a result of COVID, it got stalled and delayed. And so I think that what they've been trying to do is get it out as quickly as possible into the industry.
Okay. And I mean, this is all explained in your proof and your rebuttal, and I touched on this in my questions to Mr. Stevens, that the new version of Tempro, announced to be coming into effect in November, has this new element. Well, tell us what the differences are. Go on.
Yeah, well, so if you don't forgive me, I'm going to give you a little bit of background here. So DFT are busily trying to update their documents to have more account, if you like, for behavioural change. That first, if you like, came out in their decarbonising transport report, and now they're busily trying to update all of their other documents to say this. But it's very clear the DFT are very much into a behavioural change world at the moment, and as it happens, I've certainly been having conversations with them about that. And so for the first time ever, this new version of, I call it national trip end models, which feeds into Tempro, now includes an adjustment that you could choose to include or not for various changes. Behavioural change is one of them. And so they've now, to some extent, embraced this idea that that traffic, you like, I mean, they've always said it, but there's breaking the link between the economic and population forecasts and actually, if indeed the economic forecasts are rising, because it might not be, but an increasing traffic. And that's why they've now introduced these other elements. And I have to say again, with all of this, this is quite broad brush in terms of the industry, in terms of the Department for Transport, Tempro, NTEM, all of these other documents. They're trying to forecast ahead, but they're not necessarily accurate forecasts of future reality, and the documents say that.
Okay, so 2 points arising from the November version of Tempro, and I mean, you touched on briefly in the very last paragraph of your note, explained in your rebuttal at the reference you give in your proof, your rebuttal proof at page 16, paragraph 1.60 onwards. So if we just turn to page 16 of your rebuttal proof, we see at the bottom of page 16 at 1.61 that you refer to this new behavioural change scenario. There's the dreaded S word, this behavioural change scenario in Tempro. And over the page 17, you then set out an array of percentages. And I wonder whether you can just help us, please, because the first point you make in your speaking note at the last paragraph is the core rates are lower. So before we get to this discretionary behavioural change element box that you can tick in the new Tempro, what do you mean when you say the core rates are lower? I think we can all guess, but just explain it, please.
Yes, sir. So in the technical document, there are various different numbers that you can look at. The core scenario is effectively the scenario before you start introducing factors such as known uncertainties, unknown uncertainties, and all the rest of it. So it's really the one, to some extent, that you go to first.
And does that, when you give us the figure in a few moments' time, would that be the one that one should compare to the 10% or the 15% you've referred to in your note at paragraphs 3 and 4?
The 10%.
The 10%.
Yeah.
This is core. So whereas in the version, the pre-November version, one would get 10% by just applying Tempro straight, if you like, without ticking any other boxes, what would you get in the November Tempro?
You get 8%, sir.
8%. Okay. Right. And then in terms of the discretionary behavioural change factor, if one was to tick that box, what would that bring us down to? I think you.
Yes,
164 of your rebuttal, you tell us, I think.
Well, in fact, I start at 162,
Right.
sir. And I just explained the first sentence where I explained that if you applied the behavioural change factor on its own
Yep.
to LCC's 2018 figures, so it will bring those down by 2035 by 15%.
Okay.
When you apply it to our figures for 2021, which is what I do note at 1.64, frankly, it makes no difference. And the reason being because our 2021 flows are actually lower than the 2018 flows. And so an element of that, if you like, growth, call it negative growth, in the negative direction, has already been included within the measurements that one takes for 2021.
So if we look in your rebuttal at page 17, so were one to have used the years that the counties use, then one would reduce the county's percentages by some 15%. That's what you've indicated.
That's correct,
Yep.
yes.
Whereas if you stick with the 2021 base year at 164 of your rebuttal, we say, well, it's 0.8%, so less than 1%.
Yes, that's right.
All right. So, all right, there you are. Now, thank you for that. Did you, in any of that, explain why Mr. Stevens was wrong to say you shouldn't have used an earlier year than 2035?
No, but I'm very grateful to you for reminding me of that. I knew it would happen. So it's like this, sir, that there is no future year if one considers movement without growth. So the future year is only really a function of what one assumes for Tempro growth, and we've always looked at all of what I've been talking about here relates to a 2035 Tempro growth figure, whether it's from 2018 or 2021.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're seeing here, so is we've already added more growth to the overall network than Tempro would add up to 2035. So what you can at least be confident in saying, sir, is that if one wanted notionally to have a future year, and I say it's really only notional because we've started to scrap this idea of sort of design years now, that our notional design year would be beyond 2035 because we'd need to actually look in Tempro to try and match what we've assumed for growth in the network against what Tempro would say growth on the network is, but it's beyond 2035.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Good. All right, well, I think that's enough of Tempro.
Can I just perhaps put down a marker? There are some new points in this document that aren't in Mr. Axon's proof and rebuttal proof, and I think one or two points probably that weren't put to Mr. Stevens for example, regarding the selection of an uncertainty factor. So I'm not necessarily saying that we will want to put in a note in response, but I just do put down a marker to say that that's a possibility.
Okay.
Okay, fine. Let's see where we get to. Right, next, the next big ticket item, the one that explains some 11% of the difference between you and Mr. Stevens, was the 2018 versus 2021 base year. And so I wonder if you can help us, please. Now, of course, as we heard from, I did put, and Mr. Stevens did it confirm in his answers to me, or we've all got our own notes for it anyway, that by using 2018 as the base year, one is assuming necessarily that traffic volumes will return, they haven't yet, will return to the situation in 2018. And then by projecting that forward, as I asked Mr. Stevens and he agreed, to 2035, one's assuming that for that period of time there's no behavioural change at all. People will revert to life as it was in 2018 and will carry on in that way through to 2035. That was all confirmed by Mr. Stevens. Now, what do you say as to the use of 2018 as the starting point in that situation?
Yes, sir. I'll start this way. That sort of approach, in my view, is somewhat of a defeatist, I will almost go so far as to say miserable, approach to what in the rest of the world we're actually trying to achieve. And so I really won't go to all of the comments I've made in my evidence, but you see in my evidence the enormous groundswell of movement towards seeking to effectively reduce trips, minimise car travel, and that's in policy, it's in guidance. And frankly, to say, well, what we better do is design in case that doesn't happen, is I have to say inconsistent with the rest of the world. And I can just add a little bit more to that, sir, because we know that even up to 2018 or 2019 or 2020, before the pandemic, the world was on a changing trend in any event. We were already seeing, and actually, I'm not sure, Mr. Kukowski might have given evidence inadvertently.
That makes a change. That makes a change. It is the inadvertent bit I object to.
Never done that.
Exactly.
But you'll remember, sir, a comment about driving licences, the number of driving licences being issued to young people on a downward trend, and it has been for many, many years. I will also explain that in the statistics there's a continuing downward trend in terms of trips, and in fact particularly car trips per head of population. That's been going down now since 2002. 2002 to 2019, I think there's a sort of calculated a 14% reduction in car trips per head of population. So for instance, we were also seeing, up to 2019, a propensity for more flexible working, for instance. Of course, during COVID, we saw a step change in flexible working. And by flexible working, I mean home working or third place working, where third place is a place in your local area where you go to work, to have friends, but not necessarily sitting on your own at the kitchen table. And that I have to say, I'm going to say this, in the industry, is something that has now stuck. I have mentioned in my evidence a working from home tool that has been developed as part of an EU project, but it's been applied to the UK. And what that EU tool was doing, it was seeking to forecast the number of people working at home at any one time. And you can use that to compare what you expect in the future against what happened in the past. And that tool, if I can explain, it was taking Office for National Statistics data, which was being issued every 4 weeks. It was being issued every 2 weeks. It's now being issued every 4 weeks and updating every 4 weeks now, this tool. And what's actually happened is it used to also include sort of stated preference adjustments, like people, what are you going to do? What's actually happened is that's no longer the case in this tool, because what's happened is that the stated preference has converged with what's actually happening. Mm-hmm. And so we've now got a pretty good idea of, firstly, what is happening and what is likely to happen in the future in terms of flexible working. So all of these elements, the tendency for, in particular, younger people, the younger generations, to some extent not be that interested in owning cars. That's a trend as well, which can be seen from the statistics, massive reductions going forward in that. So all of these things are happening, and it means that with our new developments, or even with our strategies for our towns and cities, that we can play to these, and we can use these trends as a strength. We can accelerate them. And that's one of the things that no doubt in the Section 106 session later next week we can talk about.
Okay. Right.
Answer.
Go on. So that's...
Sir, not.
No, so you're not... Does that help to understand why you haven't and don't think it appropriate to turn the clock back to 2018 and then keep the clock stuck at that till 2035?
It is completely inconsistent with policy, guidance, common sense, and it would assume that policy is inherently going to fail.
Good. All right, there you are. Now, in any event, though, in the modelling that you've done, the micro-simulation model, which produces journey times, and one compares journey times with and without development, and we've seen the phenomena that are come out of the modelling. You've described them as small changes in journey times. Just to get an understanding for this, and would it have made any real difference to the phenomena if you had used 2018 rather than 2021? Would it have really had any substantial bearing on whether those journey times would change by, a minute here and 2 minutes there and so on and so forth?
No, sir, none.
No. Okay. All right. But in any event, if we turn to your rebuttal-proof appendices, Appendix 1, original page, and it's got a hard copy now, I think, original page 27, PDF page 29. As we've already seen at the inquiry, do you there in your appendix report some sensitivity tests, one of which is test 3, where the background traffic has been increased by some 10%. Yep.
Yes, I
Is
do.
that test 3? And do we find the results for that sensitivity test reported in your rebuttal appendix, beginning at page 33, and figures appear at pages 34 and 35?
Yes.
There's text explaining it at 36. And if you do lift the background traffic by 10%, do the figures show any difference of substance in the phenomenon that you report as to these, what you've described as small changes in journey times?
No.
No. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Fine. Now I'm hoping we can take the next two differences quickly, because they are, first of all, the distribution of the committed developments, which you said was some 3% of the difference between you and Mr. Stevens, and then development trips at some 2%. And if we can start with distribution of committed development, so this thing that explains about 3% of the difference between you and him, is the approach that you've adopted reported in your TA?
Yes, it is.
And we know the TA is called document 1.68. Do you happen to have the reference to hand? I'm not going to ask you to recite any of it or even summarise it, but just for the inspector's notes.
Yes, so it's chapter 6.
Chapter 6. All right. So let's not spend time on it. If the inspectors want to pursue this, it's there. For development trip rates, I mean, we've got a fair bit about this in your rebuttal, as we've already seen. But again, is your approach to trip rates explained in the TA?
Yes, it is.
Chapter what?
6.
Chapter 6 again.
Yes.
Jolly good. Obviously a chapter which is well worth reading. But in any event, vis-a-vis trip rates, if we've still got, I hope, page 27 of your rebuttal appendices available to us. Page 27 of your rebuttal appendices open to us. Do you remember those sensitivity tests?
Yes.
And the other one, which has already been gone through at the inquiry, is test number 2, which is increasing the development the trip generation from our proposals. And is that shown in a table as to what's been done at page 30 of your rebuttal, original page 30, table 12. And if we compare the left-hand side, Mr. Stevens' trip rates, with the sensitivity trip rates on the right-hand side, have we ended up with, in this sensitivity test, with trip rates which are there or thereabouts, well, similar, I suppose, to those used by Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Okay. And has that then been fed into the model, if you like, and do we see the results shown graphically in the tables at pages 30, figures at pages 31 and 32, with a commentary at the top of page 33?
Yes, that's right.
Does that make any difference to the phenomenon in relation to the scale of these changes in journey times?
No, it doesn't.
No. All right, thanks very much. Good. Before we move on to, let's just check the time. All right, we're doing all right. Before we move on to Mr. Stevens' standalone models, I know that you just wanted to say something about car ownership rates, because you remember as part of the prognosis for this area, we learnt the other day that the propensity to own cars per household in South Ribble is higher than the propensity in, I think did we have the North West? We certainly did, and we had England as a whole, I think, as well. Have you, and the figures are all reported in one of Mr. Stevens' appendices, have you just drilled into that a bit?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what would you like to say?
Simply for information, so I recall Mr. Stevens giving a figure of 1.36 cars per household in South Ribble. And in response to your question, sir, he listed those ratios for Lancashire, the North West and England, which were Lancashire 1.21, the North West 1.09, and England 1.16. I think the point actually was, sir, that people in South Ribble would continue to use their cars because their car ownership is higher than the national average. So I did a very simple exercise. I just looked at Kingsfold, which is right next to our site, and the equivalent figure there is 1.07.
Thank you. Just out of interest, why might that be? Why might the good folk of Kingsfold have a lesser propensity to have cars per household than the good folk of the rest of South Ribble, or the average for South Ribble across the piece?
Well, sir, speculation on my part, but when you actually walk around, and you might have done it on your 7-kilometre walk the other day, Kingsfold, you'll see that it's a very pleasant community, children playing in the streets, there's some shops, there's some play areas, it's 20-mile-an-hour zones, and actually it's a pleasant place to live. And as a pleasant place to live,
Buses?
Very good bus services, so in fact, which you'll see in my evidence, a 15-minute service trundling around Kingsfold. All of those elements come together to make a community, and I wouldn't take any one in isolation. What I would say is it's a community, and as a result that community functions as a community as far as I could see. That's my speculation, sir, but that's what I would say is the reason for this sort of lower than national average car ownership rate. There's no need.
Okay. All right, thanks very much indeed. Let's turn to Mr. Stevens' standalone models, please, if we may, there, and the results. And I plodded my way through these in cross-examination, but they're in Mr. Stevens' proof at section 5, and we know that the results start in tabular form with table 11 on page 92, but we know from Mr. Stevens' evidence and his answers to me in cross-examination of the tables of the 7 junctions that have been modelled in his standalone models. There are 2 which he does not put forward as showing severe impacts arising from the development proposals, leaving 5 where he does, if you like, and they are, we've had all these already, but they are tables 12, 13, 14, 15 and 17. 12, 13, 14, 15 and 17 on the 5. And so what I'm going to do is to ask you to just help us, please, in thinking about those 5 junctions in those 5 tables. And really, I just wonder if we can do this first of all, sort of by way of sort of overall or overview piece of evidence. So we know in his various tables that we have red markings where, depending on which model was being used, one's either gone over the RFC reference, the ratio flow to capacity, or one's gone over the practical reserve capacity, I think it is. Is that right, for the other model? And we can see from the tables that you get, depending on which part of the table you look, sometimes it's 2018, but if we think about the future, 2035 without the development, 2035 with the development, we've got lots of red, if you like. In some instances, the red gets redder. In other words, the numbers get worse. And in some instances, we get red entries which were previously black. I'm summarising incredibly briefly. Now, if we look at data of that nature for these junctions, remember this is being deployed by the county to argue that our development traffic would have a severe adverse impact at junction, X, Y, Z, whatever it might be. Do you accept that one can look at these data sheets, if you like, and draw from them a judgment that there would be severe impacts?
No, not at all.
And why do you say that?
So if I can go through this in steps. Forgive me, but there is so much, to some extent, wrong with looking at trying to model in this way to get to a judgment about whether something is severe. That to some extent, all of those issues, even one on their own, might be a problem, but so there are so many issues that are compounded, and I'll just, if I may, just run through a few of them. You've already heard, sir, that the algorithms within these models, and I think you heard that within cross-examination, they've been designed based on effectively measurements of junctions that perform. So what happens when you go over, when you get closer to a degree of saturation or an RFC approaching 1, i.e. effectively the number of vehicles arriving at the junction is the same as the number of vehicles that pass through the junction, the algorithms simply don't work. And what actually happens, and this is a particularly typical phenomenon, you start to forecast chaos, whereas in practice there is none. And this is something that's been, it's been in the industry for 20, 25 years. So the models are unreliable. The results cannot be relied upon the closer you get to effectively 1. And certainly beyond 1, you start to see exponential changes in the results in strange ways. That means that these models simply do not give you an accurate forecast of future reality. They don't even give you a reasonable indication of future reality when you're up at those sorts of levels of degree of saturation RFC. That's a problem with the model when you try and forecast more trips than you can pass through the junction. You can do this. You can do that easily with microsimulation models. They can cope with that, but these models simply can't. Secondly, sir, of course, there's a big issue here. We all know that on the road networks, one part of the network affects another part of the network. If, for instance, you're in a queue at one junction, then effectively you are not at another junction. What these models assume is that everybody that wants to passes through every single junction in order to get to the junction that you're looking at. That is not real life. This is not a realistic assessment for that particular reason. So just those two elements, when one is when one is making a judgment, and I believe it's a judgment that you will need to consider, you will need to satisfy yourself if you decide to go that way, that the effect is severe. Not that it's not severe, but that it is severe. In no way, sir, if I can be as bold to say this, can these models actually give you an answer to enable you to make that judgment.
Now, that point about, I think I'd put it in a sort of typical Katkovsky way, that the traffic has arrived as if by magic at the junction you're modelling and hasn't been held up in a half-hour queue or whatever it was at the previous junction. Do you recall that in re-examination it was said by Mr. Stevens, well, wait a minute, that can't be so, because these are actual counts that have been used, that have been fed into these models. You remember the 2018 counts. Now, is that actually the answer to the dilemma, Mr. Axon, that we heard about in re-examination? Was that the answer to the dilemma?
Yes, sir. I wasn't quite sure what Mr. Stevens was saying, but I'll clarify the position with counts. My understanding of the counts is that the counts are measured movements through the junction. By definition, the traffic flow in the counts makes it through the junction in the period that is being looked at. If it's an hour and it's 100 vehicles make it through the junction because they've been counted through the junction. I wasn't sure, but I wondered whether Mr. Stevens was saying instead that the counts had been made effectively at the back of the queue, and that you could end up with a different number then. Certainly if a queue is building, you could end up with more vehicles trying to get into the junction than passing through. But my understanding of the counts that have been done, signal surveys or whatever, is that they're actually movements through the junction. Was that your question?
It was.
Okay.
Thanks very much. And I mean, just on this point about by looking at each junction in isolation, one's assumed that the traffic's got to it in the first place and hasn't been held up by, at the previous junction in the journey. I mean, here we know two of these junctions are very, very close together, aren't they? They've been modelled separately in Mr. Stevens' tables, but as he himself said, they in effect work as one junction. So, I mean, is that an example of the issue that you've identified? You model them separately, yet in real life they're virtually bang slap next to each other.
It is one example, but to be perfectly honest, there are plenty of examples along that route where that actually happens.
Right, thank you very much indeed. And then the next thing I just wanted to ask you about in all of this, I know you're in full flow here, but what about what do the models do in terms of deciding to take a different route as a driver?
Well, sir, they don't allow for any routing change or any other change. So let me just explain that. In these models, they simply take what the engineer inputs into them, and they make no judgment about whether that traffic will actually reroute or people will decide to do something else. So when you're using models like this, you need a human brain interface, because to some extent you need to do what the model can't, and you need to make judgments about what would happen if journey times went up, for instance, or delays went up.
Now, a theme of Mr. Stevens' evidence was that but one needs to respect the road hierarchy. Do you recall that drivers going, for example, to work, well, not for example, because all of the trips in the models that he's used are assumed to be work trips, so drivers going to work should use the right level of road in the hierarchy and shouldn't be diverting off to a road which is lower in the hierarchy, etc., etc. Just help us with that in real life, please.
Yes, so to be honest, I've never heard that one before. Of course, if you've got 1,000 different people, they do 1,000 different things, and mostly people act to minimise their inconvenience. You've got sat-navs, for instance, that help you do that. You might have local knowledge that helps you do that. For instance, the A582 model, in one of its scenarios, attracts traffic from the A6, strategic route, onto the A582 because of the extra capacity that the A582 creates. In real life, people do actually act to minimise their inconvenience. They might do 20 or 30 different things in that respect. One of them might be to take a different route or start at a different time.
Very much indeed. And then I wonder if you can just help, please, with the point that I put to Mr. Stevens, a Trumpian curve, as I called it. So this is table 14, just using this as a proxy, if you like, for the point, page 97. And you'll recall that in the 2018 observed year, page 97 in Mr. Stevens' evidence, page 97, even though there are, as we know, there were counts at the junction which showed how many vehicles got through the junction, as you've explained, the model was showing that the cars which in the real world got through the junction didn't get through the junction, because it's showing these results, the red results, if you like. And I asked Mr. Stevens why might that be, and he speculated, and I put to him that our understanding, there was an understanding I derived from you, was the synthesized profile that had been used. I call it the Trumpian curve, the fake curve. But just help us, please. What's that all about, Mr. Axton, now that we've got someone who actually knows what they're talking about rather than me? So what's that all about, please?
Yes, sir. From now on, we're going to call it the Trumpian curve in our technical work. But
did something.
What we looked at when we looked at this table, we thought, look, that's really odd. Measured flows showing, or the table showing that you can't pass measured flows through the junction. Why is that? So when we looked into the way in which the model had been constructed, we did find what's called a synthesized profile being applied to the hourly count. So effectively, a count over an hour is provided to the model or the modeler. And what the model does, there's a box you can tick. Do you want to synthesize, do you want a Trumpian curve? It will say in the future. And what it does is it breaks up the hour into 4 segments of 15 minutes each. And the first segment, it assumes traffic at a rate of 90%, give or take. And the second segment, it assumes traffic at a rate of 110%. And the same for the third segment, 110%.
And what about the fourth segment, just for completion?
As it happens, I'm going to say 90%, but it's not exactly symmetrical.
Okay.
It might be 89% and 92% something. And so what has actually happened here is that because that box has been ticked, what's being reported is an RFC, if you like, statistics for effectively the middle half an hour. So what's being reported is the synthesized peak within a peak. We did then have a look at the actual traffic surveys to say, well, is this fair? Is that in fact the profile? And when we looked at it, it wasn't. It was effectively a straight flat profile. So across the hour, it was flat. The difference between these models, and I will just mention it, and the microsimulation model, is that the microsimulation model can release packets of traffic based upon the survey breakdown. And I think in our model we can release packets of traffic at 5-minute intervals, for instance. And so what happens is you record releases that sort of fine grain. What's happened here is an hourly flow, pretty crude, synthesized, which is why this says even the existing traffic you measured passing through the junction can't pass through the junction.
All right, thank you very much indeed. And sorry, just at an earlier point, I just mentioned that, as Mr. Stevens confirmed the other day, that all the trips in his models are assumed to be trips in the peak hours, are assumed to be trips to or from work. Can you just comment first of all, please, as to what that assumption does in terms of knock-on effect in these models, and then secondly, please, if you could help us as to whether you think it's an appropriate way to proceed to assume that all trips in the peak hour are work trips.
Yes, sir. I mean, certainly, come to the question, back in the day, development trips, small developments, were actually, for the purpose of assessment, considered to be work trips. And the reason for that was it was simple in terms of the maths, because one could derive origins and destinations from census data. However, that is actually not real life. Work trips make up sort of between 25-35% of movement, depending upon the time of day you're actually looking at, or whether you're looking across the whole day. The consequence of assuming that every trip is a work trip, as opposed to what happens in reality, so the morning peak, for instance, a high proportion of trips are education trips, is that you're assuming a distribution that goes further afield than some of the more local trips. So more local trips, leisure trips, education trips, those sorts of things, tend to be more local. Work trips tend to be further away and to make greater use of, for instance, strategic networks. So the consequence of assuming this for development trips is that you end up with slightly more trips on your more strategic network and more trips on the network as a whole because they're going further. I would say, though, sir, when you go back to my tolerances and my orders of magnitude, frankly, the differences between us in terms of development trips are so small that you might think it's within the tolerances anyway. But that is the effect. And I think there was a second part to the question which I almost started answering, but work trips are becoming less and less rigid and necessary in the peak periods, and what we're seeing is more flexibility. Even if people are going to an office, then they're adjusting their time of start or finish, or they're actually avoiding inconvenience. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this because Mr. Katkowski and I went shopping the other day on the way to work.
We did, yes, that's
We
right,
did.
on our way here.
We
yes.
went to Tesco's, and actually, if you want a graphical representation of the fact that not everybody is travelling to work, it's go to Tesco's on the way to work, because it was rammed. We had trouble parking.
Well, you did anyway, yeah.
Well,
Go on.
we had trouble
Happy
walking to the
days.
store.
All right.
Anyway, sir, sorry about that, but it's not true. It's not reality, and the consequence is that you end up with a higher impact on the network than you would do if you tried to replicate reality.
All right. Now, with all of that in mind, and I suspect you could probably talk about this for a long, long, long time more, but with all of that in mind, please, points of that nature in mind, I wonder if you could help us, please, with your response to, again, some answers that we had, in fact, twice over from Mr. Stevens in re-examination, when he said to the inquiry that his models and the results produced by the models were 100% reliable. 100, I'm no doubt at all about it, 100% reliable. What would you say to that, please?
Well, so it's not. And actually, I actually heard two answers from Mr. Stevens, but no doubt you've got notes, where Mr. Stevens did actually agree in cross-examination that above a certain point, and I think it was a degree of saturation of 1, that the models weren't reliable.
Yeah.
You couldn't rely upon the answers. So I've got two answers from Mr. Stevens. For what it's worth, sir, you cannot use the answers from these models as a either accurate, reasonable, or even indicative proxy for future performance.
All right, thank you very much. So I notice the time. There's about, I would say, quarter of an hour still to go with Mr. Axon's evidence in chief, but shall we have a break now? We're moving to a
Okay.
different subject entirely, so
Okay, that's good. Right, it's 11:30, so come back in 20 minutes' time at 10:02.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It's 11:50. Time to continue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Axon, for this next element of the evidence in chief, we just need to open your proof, please. And in your original proof, if we could turn, please, to page 70, just so that we don't have to shuffle paper in a few moments' time, sort of partway through this. So, we were here with Mr. Stevens, I think, yesterday. So what I want to ask you about next is are the following two elements. One, the dualling of the A582 scheme that is the subject of the planning application from the County Council, and the other is the completion of the CBLR, that is to say, across the allocated site, which includes our appeal sites. And the topic, if you like, is whether either, let alone both, but either and or both are required in order to accommodate the traffic effects of the proposals before the inquiry, the appeal schemes. Now, first of all, Mr. Axon, from the work that you've done, which you've reported, your journey time differences, etc., 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 does anything arise from that work that indicates that either of those schemes or both of them are required in order to accommodate in a fashion which would remove severe adverse impacts from the network? Are either of those schemes required in that sense?
No.
No, all right. Now, if we turn to page 70 of your proof, in paragraph 7.43, as we saw yesterday, do you here start to document and summarise the work, the modelling work, which supports the County Council's application for the dualling of the A582?
Yes.
Thank you. And I think we saw yesterday that if one looks at scenarios 3, 4 and 5 as reported in your 7.43, we have a situation there where in the future year that's been used in that forecasting work, 2037, we have in scenario 3 committed developments, etc., 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 and including Pickerings Farm. And we had from Mr. Stevens yesterday some clarification that Pickerings Farm has been put in at a higher number of homes than we're proposing in these appeals, but a bit less than is in the allocation itself. So Pickerings Farm is in there, etc., etc. And scenario 3 is without the dualling and without the rest of the CBLR. Scenario 4 is with the dualling and the CBLR completed, and scenario 5 is with the dualling but without the CBLR.
Yes.
If one's still awake and following any of this, do you then in a series of figures seek to represent just in pictures so we can understand it, if you like, at a glance, the differences between scenario 3 on the one hand compared to 5 and 4 compared to 5 in those green coloured, various shades of green coloured graphs, figures on page 71?
Yes.
And do you then summarise in words the outcome of the modelling that's been done to support that application at your pages 72 and 73?
Correct.
All right. Now, first of all, the model that's been used to support that application, I put to Mr. Stevenson, he agreed that it's a Saturn model. So, what sort of model is that, Mr. Axon, that's been used to support that application?
It's known as a strategic model.
And does it produce results? One assumes it does from looking at your evidence, but does it produce results in terms of journey times?
yes, those are in fact the results it produces.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And if we look at these various scenarios, which, you know, in all the three scenarios that we've looked at includes an allowance for Pickerings Farm, houses at Pickerings Farm, in fact a bit more than we propose in these appeals. And if we look at the results in a situation where you have neither the dualling nor the rest of the CBLR compared to the situation where you have both road projects or one or other of those road projects, what do you derive from this as to whether the results are showing that either, let alone both, road projects are necessary in order to accommodate our development traffic?
So there's no substantive difference between the results of those three scenarios, and therefore the only conclusion is that neither the dualling nor the CBLR is necessary in order for our development to come forward.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move then next and finally to the key issues have been raised vis-a-vis safety. So we go back to paragraph 111 of the framework, and we will recall that we're told that development should only be refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, and so with that test, if you like, or threshold in our mind's eye, can we start please with the B lane bridge? Now we know, because we saw it yesterday, that Mr. Stevens discusses the B lane bridge in safety terms starting in his proof at page 48. Mr. Stevens, page 48. And we know, because we saw it yesterday, that he tells us at his paragraph 4.2.5 on page 48 that the bridge is currently, he says, very lightly used by pedestrians and cyclists. And then he reports the morning and evening peak hour vehicular flows across the bridge. He tells us, as of course is the case, there's no separation between users on the bridge as things stand at the moment. Haven't been any injury, accidents over the last 5 years, and he therefore says that suggests the current provision is acceptable. So in other words, in safety terms, acceptable. Is that a position that do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I agree with that, sir.
Thank you. Now, we then come obviously to trying to work out, well, with our development in place, assuming we're permitted, otherwise the question makes no sense. So imagining the world with our development in place, would we trip into a world where highway safety has become unacceptable on that bridge? So can we first of all have your help, please, in relation to vehicle movements. Now we know that Mr. Stevens, if you like, helpfully sort of reports some numbers in his proof at page 49, paragraph 4.2.7, and he tells us the effect of that part of the development which would access onto B lane, access egress B lane. He gives us the figures of 23 in the morning and 23 in the afternoon peaks. And he then goes on at the end of 427 to say it's the proposed substantial increase in sustainable users that, you know, gives rise to his concerns, if you like, and he confirmed that yesterday in answer to me. So we know there'll be some more vehicular traffic, but it's pedestrians and cyclists that he's particularly concerned about. So now, in your proof of evidence, you give us some figures for the current situation and then indeed for the future situation. It's page 84 of your proof. I said it's page 84 with absolute confidence. I'm now wondering, yes it is, it's page 84 of your proof. In paragraph 8.32, you report the existing situation. You say the space typically accommodates in the order of 30 vehicles, 10 pedestrians up to 5 cyclists per hour. Where have you got those numbers for pedestrians and cyclists?
We undertook surveys of the bridge over 3 days, sir.
Thank you. And then projecting things forward, imagining our development in place, at 8.33 on the same page, you say you would expect there to be some 15 more pedestrians and 10 more cyclists per hour in the future. You know, should we be allowed and get built? And Mr. Stevens, if you like, was sceptical about where you'd got those numbers from and how realistic they were and so on and so forth, and speculated or imagined that the figures might be higher, or even considerably higher than that. So can you just help us, please? Where's this all come from?
Yes, I'm very, very happy, of course, for the figures to be considerably higher. But what this was a judgment based upon the multimodal assessment that we undertook in the TA. Give or take, at its high level, it assumed, give or take, a third of the active travel movement heading out in this direction from the site, or heading in for that matter. However, my caveat for this is that, again, shouldn't be taken precisely. It is a high level estimate, and as far as I'm concerned, we will be encouraging more people to walk and cycle, including on that link.
Okay. Now, those of us who've read your evidence know that you expressed your judgment as to whether the bridge left alone, do nothing to the bridge, would be safe, or whether the position would be unacceptable in highway safety terms in the future with our development on stream. Can you just help us, please, if you could just summarise your position, leaving the bridge as it is? We know in your rebuttal you deal with this subject beginning at rebuttal page 37, and you draw the inspector's attention, you say, to 3 matters at paragraph 3.36 and onwards, pages 37 and 38. 37 and 38. So it's all written down, if you like, so I'm not asking you to read it all out, but why do you say leaving the bridge as it is not going to give rise to an unacceptable position vis-a-vis highway safety for pedestrians and cyclists?
Yes, so the phrase unacceptable highway safety, as in the framework, is again, it's a high bar. And at the moment, we know that the character of that bridge is acceptable. It's been agreed by the county as well, that the character of that bridge is acceptable. So, in my judgment, introducing an increase in walkers and cyclists to that bridge doesn't adversely change the character of that environment. So that's my judgment. I've sought to quantify the change in movement, and that's my judgment based not just on that change in movement, but I'm very happy to double, triple it, quadruple it if you like. It makes no odds to me in that respect. But so this is, of course, to some extent, when one looks at safety, a judgment, which is why, of course, we go to a safety risk assessor as well, and that helps us with our judgment. And so there are another couple of elements that I've tried to introduce to help you with your judgment. One is that I've referred you to the quiet lanes approach. The quiet lanes approach is very simply, typically in rural areas, but doesn't need to be rural areas. Lanes such as this are places where people actually undertake activity, not necessarily using it just for movement, but undertaking activity as well. And typically, the guidance on quiet lanes, against its guidance, is vehicles less than 1,000 vehicles a day, which is this falls comfortably within that. 30 miles an hour speeds again, so I would say this falls comfortably into that sort of environment. And so hopefully that helps you with your judgment in that respect. This is not so dissimilar from quiet lanes. And then, thirdly, sir, there is I simply to help provide an example of somewhere else, which happens to be Edale. And this time around, I actually went out and measured the volume of movement on this lane, which again is not so dissimilar in Edale. And what we've got there is a very, very high movement by active travel, a much higher sort of movement by vehicles. And what I would say about that, sir, is that character at some times of that approach, that lane, is different to this one insofar that there's a much higher number of pedestrians and cyclists. However, that graduates from sort of zero to what I've measured, and therefore there are periods of time on that lane where you're still looking at a small number of pedestrians and a relatively small number of vehicles, as per this example. So, firstly, the bar for unacceptable is again high, and actually, sir, I might refer you, if I could, to Pike.
Mr. Pike.
Mr. Pike.
Core
yes.
document 10.84, there is, apparently.
Because what that does is it gives us an indication of what safety risk assessors call unacceptable. Because so you're quite at liberty to make your own judgment of it as well.
You have the coloured sheets with it.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. Yes.
Pike. Having taken you to it, sir, I find that I can't even do it myself.
Right. Good start.
Yes. Yeah, wonderful. Got it. Right, Pike, sir, and the actual reason I take you to this is because I just wanted you to look at the definitions that the risk assessor uses for acceptable, tolerable and unacceptable, which is the phrase in the MPPF. Now that is it's the first page of the coloured sheet, so if I can put it that way, it's the,
Yep.
you've got that, sir.
Yep.
And so so I understand that I am at one with Mr. Stevens on this, that the existing situation is effectively within the green. So somewhere within a risk of 1 to 9. To get from 1 to 9 up to 20 to 25, which is the unacceptable bar, it's worth looking at the next page, and there's a box at the top which says severity of outcome, rating given, likelihood rating given. And what happens, sir, is the safety risk assessor makes a judgment about the severity of the outcome and then multiplies it by the likelihood. And in order to get a number of 20 or above, you've got to assume that the severity of outcome has effectively increased from minor harm or moderate harm to major harm or extreme harm, i.e. fatal injury or multiple fatal injury, to likely or almost certain. Sir, my judgment is you get nowhere near that. My judgment is that the character actually remains the same, and you're still well within the acceptable bracket. But if you were to look for what's the gap got to be, that's what it's got to be in safety risk assessor terms.
All right. So anyway, that's the existing situation. We know, in fact, it's mentioned this morning when we were catching up about plans, that you have over time put forward two options for changes that can be made to the bridge, the latest of which is, we can look at it, for example, in your original appendices at page 29, as we saw this morning, so that's in your appendix number 3, original appendix number 3, page 29, as my learned friend rightly drew our attention to earlier on. This is the a drawing which includes a photograph for convenience of the arrangement at Coot Lane. So if the inspector's sitting thinking to himself as he's writing his conclusions, well, I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Axon, and perhaps something really does need to be done if this development's going to go ahead. Just explain briefly, please, what the ideas are, if you like, which are captured on this drawing for this bridge.
Yes, so we've done two things. First, I would say, is that there are a number of variances or permutations. This is an indication. I've said that in my evidence. You can tweak, you can refine, but the idea behind this is twofold. Firstly, we're actually providing some physical separation from the vehicular carriageway to the bridge parapets. So that might, for instance, be curbing and bollards, which is, as it happens, what happens at Coot Lane. Could be just curbing, for instance, but curbing and bollards is what we were envisaging in this layout. Secondly, we've actually segregated pedestrians from all other users. So we've effectively taken a carriageway which is separated from the parapets by these curbs or bollards, and then we've got a separate footway for pedestrians. So it's simple segregation of pedestrians and simple, effectively, barrier between carriageway and parapet.
All right. And your judgment call, please, as to whether, if one thinks this situation wouldn't be satisfactory with more pedestrians and cyclists going across the bridge with our development, something needs to be done. You've put forward this option here. Your judgment call as to whether, with these works done, there would be an unacceptable position in relation to highway safety, please. What's your judgment?
No, not at all.
Thank you. And does Mr. Pike's email of core document 10.84 just, I think, clarify, explain, or whatever the position vis-a-vis the technical assessment that's been done, so to speak, in relation to that?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And well, we can all read it for ourselves, but the bottom line conclusion, please, of that. I shouldn't have let you put the document away.
Yes, thank you.
In the email.
Yeah. So that I'll just read it out, sir. You have it. Therefore, for clarity, my assessment of risk for either the shared space option or the D105A, so which is the plan that you've just been looking at, option at the bridge, is that there is no issue or low risk.
Okay, so low risk in the coloured chart is the green.
It is, yes.
Acceptable. Okay. And then he says, for clarity, he's added all of that to the risk assessment matrix, which is the next few coloured sheets, I think. Is that right?
Indeed, that's
All
right.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Fine, thank you very much indeed. Let's move on from that. And finally, I just want to ask you about the lanes. And we know that a point's been made about the nature of the lanes and not wanting to have vehicles from our development, if you like, trundling backwards and forwards on the lanes. We know, those of us who read your evidence, you've put forward some ideas as to how life could be made difficult for those who were inclined to do that. Can you just help us, please? I mean, is there a solution out there in physical terms, which would, in engineering terms, if you like, which would inhibit those manoeuvres, those movements?
Yes, sir. So again, indicative only, but we've looked at potential layouts, and for instance, we've looked at a layout, and I'll just explain it. We've tested it with a small car. When I say small car, on the computer, small car, 3.6 metres long, 1.69 metres wide. It actually looks like a mini metro in the picture, but I don't know if it is or not. And we've designed the layout to make it difficult for that small car to make the turn. Now, as it happens, so I think if it did a 5-10 point turn as a small car, it might just about manage it. But what we've done is we've looked at strategic locations of bollards and curbs and the rest of it. So we're making it very difficult So it is possible to create a physical measure that makes it very difficult to actually make the turn.
Okay. And then Mr. Stevens explained that before the county, now that they have these, the ability to apply to the Secretary of State to get the powers to enforce moving traffic orders, I think is the terminology.
Yeah.
So something like that anyway.
Yes.
Traffic regulation orders. Before they would contemplate doing that, they would look to see whether any sort of physical measures, if you like, were working satisfactorily or not. I mean, would you agree with that approach?
Yes, I mean, it seems perfectly reasonable. So if the physical measures work, and if for whatever reason one is concerned, you've got another line of attack
Yeah, all right.
available to you.
Good. Thanks very much indeed. Mr. Axon, so that's Mr. Axon's evidence in chief.
Thank you very much indeed. Good. Before we move to cross-examination, can I just come back and just double-check my understanding on a couple of points
Yeah,
there?
of course.
Firstly, the B-lane bridge there, in that diagram that's shown on page 29, and it shows the example of Coot Lane as well. Is the priority also proposed at B Lane there or not?
Not quite the same, actually, sir. So the way we've drawn it in that diagram is we've shown a road width that actually can accommodate two medium-sized cars passing each other in accord with maybe the manual for streets. However, some vehicles may not be comfortable passing each other, and some may be too large, and therefore you've got a hybrid situation, just as you have in many town and city centres. So it's a bit of both. Of course, one could actually narrow that so that it emulates Coot Lane better, so it is just one-way working.
Okay, thanks. That's good to understand that. And the other one that I just don't think I quite grasped what you were saying was to do with the actual counts as cars or vehicles are approaching junctions and counting at the start or the end or through. Can you just go through that again for me, just so that I'm a bit clearer about that? Thanks.
I apologise. I obviously didn't explain it.
No, it's
so,
my
it's all right. So there's two ways of effectively counting demand. One way is to take, if you like, a video of the junction, and the counter effectively traces the car through the junction and says these many are turning right, these many are turning left, these are going straight on. And in that circumstance, the counter is counting those vehicles that have actually made it through the junction in that period. There's another way of looking at counts, which is a bit more difficult to do, which is you've got to find the back of the queue. And what you've got to then do is you've got to count all the vehicles joining the back of the queue rather than all of the vehicles passing through the junction. Because if the queue is building, there is a prospect that more vehicles will be trying to get into the junction than can actually pass through the junction. So in simple terms, if the queue at the beginning of the period you're looking at is one vehicle, and at the end of the period you're looking at it's 11 vehicles, and you've counted all of the traffic through the junction, the actual traffic incident upon the junction is what you've counted plus 10 vehicles.
Right. Okay.
Did that?
Yep. Yeah. I think that's what I'm getting there. Yep. Just let me make a note of that. Right, okay, thank you very much. Right, now move to cross-examination, if you're ready.
Yes, I am, yeah.
And Mr. Ponte.
Thank you, sir. I'll keep an eye on the time, because I don't think I'm going to be done by the lunch German. Quite. Good afternoon, as it now is.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Axon. Let's start with a bit of policy, please, if we may. Do you have the framework to hand?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to paragraph 110, foot of page 31. So this is within chapter 9 that deals with promoting sustainable transport, and there's a little subheading considering development proposals. Do you see that?
So 100, 110, did you say?
110, yeah.
Yes, I see that.
Under the
Yeah,
heading
thank you.
Considering Development Proposals. And that's directed at decision makers charged with, amongst other things, dealing with applications for development, as we can see in its opening words.
Yes, thank you.
And what that paragraph requires is for 4 things to be ensured in assessing proposals that are the subject of planning applications, and those are at A through to D. Yeah?
Yes.
And I think we can agree that, given that we're told that those things should be ensured, this is an important paragraph for the local planning authority as decision maker, and it's an important paragraph for the Inspector and Secretary of State.
Yes.
Good. And each of the components, A through to D, within paragraph 110, should be satisfied on the face of it.
Yes.
And there's no suggestion here, is there, Mr. Axon, that any one of them carries greater weight than any of the others?
No.
So the inspector can record that, just looking at A, for example, taking opportunities to promote sustainable transport modes is equally as important as ensuring safe and suitable access to the site for all users.
There's no indication of a difference in this paragraph.
And it's equally important to ensure that any significant impacts from the development on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion or on highway safety can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree. Equally important.
There's no distinction in this paragraph.
Yeah. Now I don't think we've spent much time in oral evidence on this, but there's quite a lot of time spent in the written evidence, in particular yours, as between approach that you describe as vision and validate and an approach that you describe as predict and provide. I'm not going to go into that. I don't need to for my present purposes. But on the basis that we are applying a vision and validate approach generally to an assessment of the proposals, it's no part of your case that expression is used within the framework in planning policy, is it?
No.
And you don't suggest, do you, that the application of paragraph 110 of the framework is in any way altered by applying a vision and validate approach generally to a proposal?
No.
All of those things still need to be dealt with,
Correct.
including addressing capacity and congestion.
Correct.
Good. That's why I don't think we need to spend very much time on vision and validate. Now, whether or not the matters at A to D of paragraph 110 are satisfied, and we're told they should be ensured, whether they're satisfied requires a judgment to be made in each and every regard.
Yes.
And in respect of point D, one must make a judgment as to the significance of impacts on the transport network in terms of capacity and congestion. Yeah.
Yes.
And whether, if significant, those impacts can be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree.
Yes.
What it doesn't do is tell you what happens if you can't, having established that there are significant impacts, say, on capacity and congestion, if you can't mitigate to an acceptable degree. It doesn't, paragraph 110 doesn't tell you what the outcome of that scenario is, does it?
No, it doesn't. Of course, you do have paragraph 111, which talks about severity.
Exactly. If the conclusion is there's a significant impact on the transport network that can't be cost effectively mitigated to an acceptable degree, and in conjunction with that you form the view that that effect is severe, then presumably from your point of view as a transport engineer, the answer would be refuse consent.
Oh gosh, I'm not going to go there. What I'm going to do is leave sort of policy decisions such as that to one of my colleagues, Mr. Alsbury.
All right, well, I'll perhaps I won't give up that easily. have another go in a slightly different way. In terms of your judgment as a highways engineer, if one gets to the point where there's a significant impact on capacity and congestion that can't be acceptably mitigated, and that impact crosses the threshold of severe, then from your perspective as a highways engineer, you would presumably form the judgment that the effect is unacceptable.
No.
Not necessarily unacceptable. So
Correct.
even if, and we get, this is important in terms of calibrating your approach, even if effect on capacity congestion significant, not mitigated and severe, that's not an unacceptable highways effect, necessarily.
That is correct, and let me qualify that answer. So where I'm not going to go is any question about what weight or what severity of weight or what balance
Not
might
asking you
exist
about
in
that.
Forgive me, might exist within the in the judgment being made by the determining person or authority. So yes, we can make judgments about significant impact, mitigation, and even whether one thinks something is severe or not. But in terms of the planning decision being made, that's not something that I, as a transport planner or highway engineer, are able to actually give you an answer on. That's something for my planning colleagues.
I don't think I was asking you about the planning balance in the way I rephrased the question. Perhaps I did first time round, but as I rephrased the question, I'm asking your view as a highways engineer. Ignore all other factors. No, there are no planning factors, provision of affordable housing, compliance with other bits that ignore all of that. Asking you as a highways engineer, you've got a significant impact on congestion and capacity, can't be acceptably mitigated, and the impact is severe. I'm asking you purely from a highways perspective whether that is necessarily unacceptable.
No, it's not necessarily unacceptable because of the reasons that I've already provided, that transport is not necessarily a subject in its own right, and there are other elements that bear on whether one determines whether something is acceptable or not. So it's a not necessarily.
Even purely from the perspective of a highways engineer, which is what I'm asking you about.
Yeah, but I have to say, I don't consider purely highways or transport as a pure in isolation subject.
We can agree by reference to what's said at paragraph 110D that a development scheme's impact on road capacity and congestion is relevant to that scheme's acceptability, isn't it?
Yes.
And we've effectively agreed that that factor carries just as much weight as the need to, say, secure appropriate opportunities for sustainable transport or achieving safe access.
No, forgive me if I gave you that impression. I thought the way that the question was phrased was within this paragraph. So
I said according to 110 of the framework.
you did.
Yeah.
You did indeed. This paragraph. Whether or not one makes a judgment about the degree of importance or the degree of weight applied to each of these factors is another matter. In the context of this paragraph, it doesn't say anything about that. However, in policy terms, one might make a judgment that one effect or one benefit carries more weight than another effect or another benefit.
All right. No, understood, and that, I'm happy with that. I'm going to come to some of the details of the assessment in a moment or two. I just want to understand a little bit about the process in the case of the development of these sites. You're aware, Mr. Axon, that the sites were the subject of a planning application for residential development in December 2019, aren't you?
Yes.
And at the same time, your client submitted a planning application for the remaining section of the cross-borough link road between Penwortham Way and Leyland Road, didn't they?
I understand that, yes.
Those applications withdrawn in March 2021, following the rejection of the previous version of the master plan by the council in September 2020. These are all familiar.
Thank you. I
Parts
don't
of
know
the
the date.
chronology.
To be
All
perfectly
right.
fair, I don't
Okay.
know the date,
Okay.
but thank you. Yeah.
Now, the applications that are the subject of these appeals were made to the council in August 2021, weren't they? I think towards the beginning of August 2021.
Round about then, yes.
About 5 months after the withdrawal of the previous planning applications. Just tell me, when were you engaged by the appellants?
It was during 2021. I have to say, I'm never very good with dates, and I can't remember the exact date.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in the 2019 planning applications?
No,
That was all Croft, was it?
correct, yes.
Now, transport assessment prepared in support of these schemes by your firm. There's a chapter in the environmental statement as well directed at transport issues. Did you prepare that as well?
Yes, that was our work.
And presumably that the transport assessment is dated July 2021. In effect, in July 2021, you had completed your assessment work in respect of the appeal schemes.
Yes.
Before you prepared those documents, what had you done to engage with the county council as the local highway authority in order to agree the parameters of the assessment?
We'd sought conversation with the Highway Authority. We'd also...
When was that?
I can't remember.
June.
Thank you.
Anything before June?
I literally don't know.
Okay. The answer to that is there wasn't anything before
thank you.
June. Mr.
Yeah, thank you.
You've seen Mr. Stevens' evidence, haven't you, where
Yes, I
he
have.
produces the record of what took place. So a matter of a few weeks before you finalised the transport assessment, you made contact for the first time with the local highway authority. Is that fair?
Yes.
What about national highways?
Again, I can't recall the process there.
Get in touch with them any
Well,
time before production of the transport assessment?
it's still the same answer. I can't recall.
You can't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. In your general approach to the preparation of assessments of highways impacts associated with development proposals, would you usually look to make contact with the local highway authority, or in the case that involves the strategic network, the strategic highway authority, to try and agree parameters for the assessment?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that here?
Two elements. One is timing, and I'm not the person to talk to you about timing. One of my colleagues will talk to you about the timing imperatives related to other matters. The second was that, that's a main point, but the second was, of course, we had the benefit of the team's interaction with the highway authorities prior to our involvement.
You weren't involved in those.
Correct.
Did you communicate then with Croft before you finalised the transport assessment in July?
Yes.
Right. What elements of their work, in terms of the parameters of assessment, did you take on?
Sorry, I don't understand that question.
Did you, having communicated with Croft, who got a certain
Yeah.
distance down the road of agreeing the parameters of assessment with the not all the way, but a certain way down the road of agreeing parameters of assessment with the local highway authority, did you take on in your assessment any of those agreed elements?
In this particular case, we might have a different understanding of what one means about elements of, I think you mean agreement between Croft and the Highway Authority. Our understanding of the position was that Croft found it very, very difficult to agree what they considered a reasonable approach with the Highway Authority at the time. So we understood, we took those concerns, and we carried on. What I can't do, because I wasn't involved in those early days, is, but some of my colleagues are that will be giving evidence later. They may be able to help you more with this question.
Okay.
But our understanding is that effectively Croft effectively gave up trying to reach a position of agreement on matters with the authority, because to some extent they found it too difficult to do that.
No.
Well, nonetheless,
What's the
that's
answer to my question? I noted that they didn't
Yeah.
get the whole way in terms of reaching agreement, but they got some of the way, and some of the parameters of assessment were agreed as between Croft and the local highway authority. Did you adopt any of those agreed parameters or not?
I don't know.
Okay. So I'm going to move to some of the details of the assessment exercise. Rather than interrupt that in about 25 minutes' time, it might be sensible to have an early break now and come back at
Okay.
1:30.
Okay, sounds very good. Okay, well, 12:35 we'll adjourn and come back at, shall we say, 1:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Obviously, we can't talk to you, Mike, so do you want someone to bring you a sandwich out the fridge? Or
I'll nip out to Tesco's.
you're going to nip out to
Yeah.
Oh, careful.
I've quite got the hang of it now.
They'll be saying in the store, it's him again.
Sorry, sir, what time did you say?
1:30.
1:30.
1:30, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's 1:30 and time to resume. So we'll continue with cross-examination of Mr. Axon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to come to one or two of the details of the assessment process. Mr. Axon, if we may, can we take up the transport assessment, please, CD 168? And let's start by turning up page 57. I'm working on hard copy page numbers. For PDF purposes, please add 6, I think is the general rule.
Sorry, what page was it again?
57.
57. Thank you.
System's working.
Thank you.
And if we cast our eye down to the foot of that page, Mr. Axon, we see a subheading scenario testing. Have you got that?
Yes, I have.
And scenario 1 is in respect of the year 2021, described as the base, and we'll come back to that obviously in a moment or two. And then scenarios 2 through to 6 over the page are in respect of the year 2031. So the inspector can recall, can't he, that for the purposes of the transport assessment, you've selected 2031 as an appropriate year.
No, as I described earlier, in fact, 2031 is a misleading number in that particular list because, as I explained, this relates to Tempro, and my answer on Tempro earlier still stands, sir. So to some extent, you should disregard that 2031 number in this list.
Okay. We can note, can't we? I'm going to come to Tempro because it's important if you do apply background growth in Tempro, isn't it? Can be important. I'm going to come back to Tempro. We can note in your proof, I just want to note what you've done. 2031 referred to in the transport assessment. In your proof at page 55, where you've examined a combination of journey time across 2 of your TA routes, so you've combined routes 1 and 2, as we can see on page 54, the results on page 55 of your main proof. The assessment year given in the figure MA6-6 on page 55 is 2030. Do you see that?
I do.
Why the change from transport assessment to proof?
My previous answer still stands that those numbers, because effectively it's not related to the growth, are somewhat misleading.
Why,
and I accept that.
Why the change, Mr. Axon, between TA and proof?
Yeah. So I'll try again. Forgive me. There is no change in the approach that I've taken. However, what I'm saying is that the years shown in the proof and the TA in this respect may be considered misleading in the context of the answer I gave earlier, where a future year is related to the amount of growth that you apply on the network.
I understand that you say it doesn't matter. I understand that. You could pick 2030, 2031, or any year between then and who knows when. Why the change between the transport assessment and your proof, though? You've written these. I want to know why you wrote down 2031 for the TA, why you wrote down 2030 for the proof.
I'm sorry, sir, I have nothing else to say about that.
You can't explain it?
No.
Thank you. Turn up Mr. Alsbury's appendices, please. And it's Appendix 2 that we're after.
If you'll forgive me, that's something I'm going to have to look up.
Now, I might be able to give you a core document reference number for that. So we're in the CD10 series for proofs, I think.
Is it Appendix 2, by the way?
Appendix 2.
Yeah.
And it's so the planning proof, the appellant's planning proof, I think, is around the CD 1060 mark, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's 1060. It's proof and appendices combined.
Yeah.
I can't give you a PDF number for this, but it's Appendix 2 to Mr. Alsbury's proof of evidence.
The indicative phasing and implementation plan.
Exactly right. Have
Can you
you
help
found?
me find where it is in the document? I've got the PDF.
All right.
I think I've got the PDF.
Page
Okay,
50.
so
I think so.
the proof itself is see, Mr. Alsbury hasn't followed your good example of paginating.
He's got it. He's got it. I can see on his screen.
Well
he's
done.
got it.
Does it say, if you've got Appendix 2, it
He's
should
lost it now.
should say indicative phasing and implementation plan?
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Isn't it good how technology saves time at inquiries?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Um,
Do it more often.
So, this is the latest draft phasing information for the development that Mr. Alsbury provides us with, and if we turn into it, Mr. Alsbury just hasn't given us page numbers, has he? I don't think. Anyway, if you find paragraph 2.5, which is at the very foot of about the third page in, and then go to the next page. Thank you, Miss Bell. Just keep muttering those sotto voce. We'll get by really well. Go to the next page, which will be page 55. You'll have summary of phase content and timelines. And it starts with phase 0.
Yes, thank you.
Super. It's half the battle, isn't it? Which starts in October 2022,
I see that.
next month.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
optimistic, isn't it, I think?
Quickly.
I think we could probably shove that back by a few months. It's obviously only indicative. It's very indicative in that regard. And then we get to the end of the process. I'm not concerned about the detail of this, but if we go on 2 or 3 pages, we get to the end of the process, which are phases 4 and 5, which hopefully you'll find 3 pages on.
I've got that. Thanks.
Okay,
Yes, good.
Concluding in December 2033. So,
Yes.
in other words, on this latest assessment of phasing, optimistic as it is because it has a starting next month, we don't have a complete development, fully operational complete development until, say, the year 2034.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. When you selected, which you did, either 2031 or 2030 to put into your transport assessment or proof respectively, did you have other phasing information to inform that choice?
No, and if I can just explain, it makes not one jot of difference to the assessment. So, well, you have my answer on that.
I know that's your case.
Yeah.
You didn't have any other phasing information, right? So once you've got your year of assessment, whichever you choose, you've got to have some future year of assessment because you're trying to predict the levels of traffic on the network in the year when your development becomes fully operational, aren't you? So you've got to have some year in mind. Do you see what I
Sorry,
mean?
is that a question as to whether I do need a design year?
Please take it as such.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Not necessarily, no. Because the way in which we've looked at it, of course, is we've applied growth on the network, and you could almost do it in reverse. You can say with the amount of traffic that we've loaded onto the network, for instance, what would that equate to when you're looking at general traffic growth in years to come? Now, you've heard my answer already that says that the work we've done is good for beyond 2035 in that context. So actually, whereas in the old days, actually we used to talk about design years 20 years ago, 10 years, maybe even 15 years ago. But now what we're looking at is the way in which mobility and transport works into the future. We're not necessarily saying traffic impact, that's what we must look at. That's in fact what we must allow for in our assessment and design year.
I'm not asking you what. We're going to come back to this subject in a moment or two. I'm not asking you what the design response should be. All we're trying to get an idea of at the moment is what the current network is doing and what it's likely to be doing in the future when your scheme begins to operate. That's what you need to do as part of the assessment, isn't it?
Sorry, are you talking about the traffic network, are you?
Yes.
Not the transport network?
The transport network,
Thank you.
including the traffic network.
So, sorry, can you ask that question
Right.
again?
Mr. Axon,
Yeah.
I'm probably this is all too complicated for me. I've absolutely no doubt, but seems to me adopting a simple approach that in order to understand the effect of your development, including its traffic generation on the network, you need to have an idea of what the network is doing currently, and then an idea of what it's likely to be doing when your scheme becomes operational. As a basic starting point, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Good. And so, we know, for example, here, there are some committed developments in the local area that are going to generate some traffic that will use that network.
That is correct.
If we chose next year as our assessment year, not all of those committed developments might be putting traffic onto the network because they're not built yet. So that wouldn't be a good year to choose, would it?
Forgive me for just thinking this out, but when you say choose next year as just an example, what I would normally do is I would look at the situation we would have next year, which would include whatever actually has been built out by next year, but also what one might expect to come forward as a result of what's committed by next year. And I hope I'm not complicating the question or the answer here, but...
Well, I don't think you've answered my question.
Okay.
Effectively, what you were telling me earlier on is that it doesn't really matter what you choose as the, I'm going to call it the design year, for want of a better expression. It doesn't matter what you choose for the design year, according to your approach. But even if you just took on board growth from commitments, it might matter, because not all of those commitments might be fully operational. Do you accept that?
Forgive me, it's probably me.
Well, do you
I'm
accept
not
that
really understanding
All right.
the question, but I think what you're saying, I've certainly accepted and I agree with the premise that if one is looking at what is likely to happen in the future, one looks at all these different elements. In terms of design year is only relevant when you're looking at applying a sort of growth that is related to time, which is the temporal growth.
No, sorry.
Apologise.
That's all right, Mr. Ransom.
Yeah.
One of the exercises that we're doing, bearing in mind what paragraph 110D tells us to have regard to, which includes capacity and congestion issues, one of the things that we're doing in the assessment exercise is trying to understand what effect on congestion and capacity a particular development proposal will have.
Yes.
Right. This development proposal, as we've seen from Mr. Alsbury's appendices, is not going to be up and running next year, is it?
No.
Even according to his optimistic timetable, it's not going to be until 2034 that, sorry, my vernacular, it's going to be up and running.
Don't disagree.
So we have to try, as part of the assessment process of understanding effect on capacity and congestion, we have to try and think what the network's going to be doing without the development in 2034. Don't we?
Can I say? I'll say yes.
Please you do.
I might want to qualify that.
Go on.
But because, well, I am going to qualify. I apologise. I'm going to qualify it. I'm just trying to think of a way of explaining this, and I really don't want to be difficult in respect of this question, but I'm not sure I agree with the premise that what we need to do is to find out when the final year of build-out is actually going to be, and then make our assessment in that final year. if what we're then doing is applying a notional temporo-style growth for unknown elements that may or may not come forward by that time. And forgive me, I may be overcomplicating the question here, but of course when I look at a future year, the only relevance that a future year has is if I'm applying some sort of growth factor that is relevant to time. So if I've taken committed development, if I might just explain, if I've taken committed development, I'm assuming that that is committed on the network. Now there may be other development, for instance, that has not been thought of yet. And some of that may well become committed or may even be built out by your example of 2034. However, if one was to some extent, give that a higher priority in terms of the traffic network over the development that we're talking about at the moment, what we're really doing is we're saying future development might be leapfrogging this development in terms of priority on the network. And this is the difficulty I have when what we say is, well, don't we need to look at what would happen in 2034 before we actually look at the impact of the development?
Mr. Axon, in a way, what you're doing there is saying how you go about trying to find out what's going on in 2034. My question was simply, you should try to find out what's going on in 2034, shouldn't you, as part of the assessment?
Oh, look, I'm really sorry about this, but I think the answer I've just given and the question that you've just asked again, I think I'd give the same answer, which is, one, in order to answer that question, one might need to look at how one goes about understanding what the situation might be in 2034. Actually, yes, in my own mind, that's where I've got to.
Yeah.
It's that position.
And in common parlance, what one starts with in trying to predict what's going to happen in your design, I'm going to keep calling it the design year.
Thank you.
In common parlance, the starting point for that is understanding what the network is doing now. Because that's what you know about. You know about what it's doing now.
Yes.
And that's the basis for then trying to project forward what it might be doing in this case, 12 or 13 years hence.
Yes, sorry, I've answered that.
And you understand, or try and understand, what the network is doing now by reference to survey exercises. Now, can I just ask you about your tolerances point that you mentioned in Evidence in Chief? I think two aspects of tolerance. The first is all about the accuracy of the survey exercise, and you explained to us that some poor soul is looking at a video in a dark room before he or she goes and lies down in another dark room, presumably. And there's a tolerance associated with that because of human error, and it might be plus or minus 10%. That's what you explained to us earlier on, as I understood your evidence. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Of course, you don't know whether it is plus or minus 10%, do you?
Correct.
So you stick with what the survey results tell you, don't you? Because it could be higher, it could be lower.
Yes.
Right. Similarly, in terms of the variation in daily flow, which could be plus or minus 15% as conventionally understood. So I survey today, and it's 100 cars go past me. I go back tomorrow, and it's 110 or 115 cars that go past me. Equally, it could be 85.
Yes.
You don't know unless you keep surveying days and days and days and get a more robust data set. Without that, you don't know, and so you accept the day's survey results that you've got because you don't know if it's going to be a plus or it's going to be a minus the next day.
Yes.
Where does your point on tolerances take us?
So when we're looking at variation, particularly variation as a result of what we're assuming is additional or subtractive to the network, I look at that in the context of the, if you like, the tolerances on the network. So if you've got plus or minus 10%, 15%, 20% on the network, that sort of variation, and I've got effectively a 2% forecast change on the network as a result of the difference between us and development traffic, I might actually say that 2% as an order of magnitude is not substantive in the context of the way in which the numbers are produced.
Okay, well, adding up your tolerances, which is 10% for human error, 15% for daily variation, you've got a potentially quite wide overall tolerance there, haven't you, in the base data?
That's real life.
So, adopting that broad brush approach, how much traffic do you say you can load onto the network before it, on the face of it, begins to gain your attention? 25% more?
Oh no, sorry. I mean, you've misunderstood entirely what I'm saying about traffic on the network, because this is not about saying that I'm going to forecast a load on the network and there's a percentage below which it's acceptable and a percentage above which it's acceptable. The networks don't work in that way. I mean, we've been through this with the standalone models. So I don't have a figure. In fact, I don't think you can produce a figure in that way.
Okay, well that's helpful. So there isn't, if you like, a percentage addition to the network at which you say there might be a significant effect.
Correct, I do not have
Good.
that percentage.
That's helpful, thank you very much indeed. Your assessment of current levels of the traffic on the network, which I think we finally agreed was probably the right starting point to establish what the current levels of traffic on the network are, relies on surveys undertaken in April 2021, as we know.
Correct.
Don't they? Now, Mr. Stevens, in his proof of evidence, amongst other things, gives us a little timeline of events. Makes for slightly depressing reading, if I'm honest, associated with COVID and the pandemic, and it's page 34 of his proof. It's become a bit of a blur, quite frankly, looking back over the last couple of years, but there we are, it's all set out there. Now, in April 2021, when you conducted your surveys, we were in, I think, the third national lockdown had started in January 2021. Schools had apparently reopened in March. Hospitality restrictions eased April. We hadn't got to the point in May when many businesses start to reopen, as he describes it. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And if we go over the page, we see his table 3, which shows flows during particular hours of the day on Penwortham Way. And in respect of particular months of years. So we've got May 2019, pre-pandemic, and we've got May 2021 during the pandemic and shortly after you conducted your surveys. You see those?
Yes, I do.
And it seemed to me that the May 21 survey results, obviously this is just a snapshot, but it's perhaps a useful snapshot. May 2021 results, well over 10% difference when compared with May 19. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we cast our eye across to the end of the table, we've got May 2022, so this same month of the year, but a year on from there. And certainly in the morning peak period, and you know Mr. Stevens is concerned about the peak periods, we'll come perhaps back to why that is in due course. Levels of traffic were beginning to return to those seen pre-pandemic, weren't they?
Yes.
Are any of these figures disputed by you, Mr. Axon?
No.
Turn up your rebuttal proof, please. And if we go to page 2, we've got a heading, background traffic flows. So this is considering the base flows before we start to think about flows in any future year. And we can see what you say in paragraph 1.9, which is designing for more of the same may result in more of the same that will inherently assume a failure of policy in matters such as climate. For those reasons, I say that it's inappropriate to design to accommodate a future forecast for traffic movement that simply emulates the way life used to be. And that was a point you made in your evidence in chief this morning as well. Just so we're clear, what we're doing, all we're doing now, at the start of the assessment process, we're just in the foothills, I'm afraid to say, is trying to get a clear idea about current levels of traffic, aren't we?
If that's the way in which your question goes, I mean...
Well, that's
yes.
where we are in the assessment process, aren't we? We're not
sorry,
in 2031 or 35 yet, we're just now.
Sorry, forgive me. When you say where we are in the assessment process, are you talking about this exercise or the general planning exercise? So specifically to this site. I didn't understand whether you meant specific to this site.
Specific to this site.
Sorry, thank you.
That's where we are in the assessment. Well, yeah, the assessment being the assessment of the appeal
Thank
proposals. We're trying to get an idea of the current levels of traffic on the network, aren't we?
That's what I understand your questions to be related to.
Well, that's what this is about, background traffic flows.
Well, yes then.
And so no one's trying to emulate anything or plan for anything at this stage in terms of the application of policy and behavioural change and all sorts of other things. All you're trying to do is understand what's going on now, aren't you?
Forgive me, I just asked. Yes, that's right.
Okay. And whether or not you advance a design that includes mitigation measures on that network to accommodate more traffic, and you say that's something you shouldn't necessarily do, that comes at the end of it. That's the end of the process, not the start of it, is it?
Thank you.
Yeah, good. All right. Paragraph 1.11 on this page sets out what you say are the changes that have occurred before what you describe as a pre-COVID world. So, for example, the May 2019 world that we looked at figures for just now, and the date of your April 2021 survey. The first two of those are physical changes to the network, aren't they? The completion of the Pemberton bypass and the bit of the link road between Carwood Road and the Causey. Yeah.
Yes.
The next three, 4 and 5, are all related to the pandemic, aren't they?
Not quite, no. So number 3, the COVID pandemic, clearly it is. Number 4 is something I alluded to earlier. I say acceleration in changes in attitudes.
Yeah.
So I relate there in any event the change in attitudes that was occurring pre-COVID and then the acceleration as a result of COVID. And the same goes for number 5, and I mentioned that earlier. That's a non-COVID effect that was accelerated by COVID.
Yeah. So,
and the certainly number 6, the stronger emphasis on acting to minimise climatic effects. That's not a COVID point.
No, I didn't ask you about that. Yeah.
Forgive me.
So we've got the COVID pandemic, the acceleration of changes in attitudes as a result of COVID, so a greater rate of change because of COVID, and then the means for many people to work more flexibly in time and locations other than their company office, which you say again has been, I think, accelerated by COVID.
Indeed.
Obviously the conditions in respect of the COVID pandemic aren't the same now as they were in April 2021. We're not going to dispute that. Thankfully they're not. We're sitting here having an inquiry in person, for God's sakes. What you've not done, Mr. Axon, is seek to check your April 2021 survey data to see if even a year later things have changed, have you?
Yes, I have.
Where's the results of that
It's
exercise?
not in the evidence. So what I did for my own peace of mind, I did in fact ask the modellers to do some check counts in relation to their model to see whether the model was still relevant for, it's a high level exercise, but for flows in 2022. I didn't present those results. I didn't feel a need to present those results because the answer was that the flows that they collected in 2022 did not change the relevance of the model. And so they were happy that it didn't change the model. The calibration, or if you like, the validation GEH values were still within limits. In fact, they were very good.
Didn't change the relevance of the model.
And didn't change. So effectively, doing counts in 2022 doesn't change the usefulness of the model in terms of representing either the 2021 or the 2022 situation.
Okay.
So I did that behind the scenes for my modeller's own peace of mind.
All right.
But thank you for asking.
Well, we don't have those results before the inquiry for either the inspector to look at or for me to interrogate, do we?
We don't. But what you do have is you asked me the question, and that's the answer.
Yeah. And insofar as I don't know where you surveyed, how many days you surveyed at which locations. Is there any indication in those results? Have you seen them, by the way?
I've seen the output, which is the GEH values applied to the microsimulation model. I haven't seen the actual flows themselves.
Oh, you haven't seen the numbers of...
I haven't
I'm not going to ask you about
the
them.
numbers, but I've seen what flows from the numbers, which is a validation exercise related to GEH values in a model.
So you'll have to tell me what GEH stands for.
It's effectively a formula that one applies. It's a ratio which relates to what's in the model versus what's actually measured when you're trying to sort of validate a model. And you get GEH values. It's a notional formula. And what one does in a model is one actually runs down all of the links and one says, is the GEH value under a particular value, in this case 5? And what you need to do is you need to get 85% of the GEH values under 5, and it's much higher than that. So forgive me, it's a really technical modelling term, an exercise, but what I asked them to do was to check their model against 2022 flows. They did that. The answer is it's still a relevant model.
I'm going to be non-technical about it. By reference to what you surveyed in 2022, had the flows gone up as compared with April 21?
I can't tell you that.
Thank you very much. Of course, the information that we do have in terms of numbers before the inquiry is Mr. Stevens showing that from May 2022, certainly in the AM peak, as compared with May 19 and May 2021, we're approaching pre-pandemic levels, aren't we? That's the information we do have before the inquiry.
Forgive me, I know you said approaching pre-pandemic levels, but
for the AM peak.
Yes, that was your qualification, I think, for 1 hour in the day.
That was my was my proposition.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, did you
Do
say...
you accept that?
Exactly.
That I thought you had earlier on, actually, when I went through this first time round. For the AM peak, there's been a significant increase, and we're back towards the pre-pandemic level.
Yes, and the reason I asked for qualification of that question is because I think the next question didn't actually frame it in the context of a peak hour. So effectively, you were asking me the question, in the single hour that you've identified, are we approaching? And the answer was yes.
Thank you very much. Now, neither you nor Mr. Stevens suggests that existing traffic conditions are going to be sustained between now and what I'm going to call the design year, whichever one we choose.
When you say sustained, do you mean the same?
Yes.
That's actually not a yes or no answer, if you don't mind me saying, because what we're actually looking at is traffic across the day. What I actually expect is that for parts of the day, probably existing levels of traffic may well remain, without substantive change, because of in some circumstances, the network is operating for a period of time at capacity. But for other parts of the day, I do expect to see some sort of changes.
Yeah.
That's pretty typical. Well, it's not just typical. It's actually the norm for urban networks in this sort of way. This is a sort of embryonic network in this extent because the peaks are so sharp.
Yeah. In terms of overall traffic on the network, you and Mr. Stevens, in fact, consider that there is likely to be an increase between now and what I'm going to just generically call the design year.
Yes, over, say, a 12-hour period, yes.
Thank you very much.
And my qualification, of course, is it might not be for Mr. Stevens' half-hour peak period.
All right, I'll come back to the peak period, I think, in a moment or two. The one thing that you and Mr. Stevens are agreed upon is a list of 6 committed developments. Is that right?
Yes.
Hurrah.
Great.
And you tell us in your evidence, and I think it's probably in your rebuttal proof that we can go, paragraph 150, which you'll find on page 14. You tell us in that part of your rebuttal evidence.
Sorry, can you give me that?
Yes, it's
reference again?
page 14 of your rebuttal
Ah,
proof.
okay.
And it's paragraph 150.
Got it.
You got that?
Ooh.
You tell us there that you relied on information within each of the transport assessment reports for the committed developments in respect of their traffic volumes and distributions. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, good. You didn't produce any of those transport assessments, did you?
No.
And so your assessment allows for growth by reference to the introduction of those 6 committed schemes, as I understand it.
Yes.
You don't allow for any other growth from any other potential source of change in the area or wider area.
Yes, that is correct.
You've obviously looked at those transport assessments, have you?
Actually, I haven't personally. My colleagues have.
All right. Do you know if any of those allow for other growth beyond commitments that were in the offing at the time when they were prepared?
No.
You don't know.
Correct.
Now, we know that the Department for Transport produces data for changes in traffic flows using their piece of software called Tempro, don't we?
We do.
And the result of Tempro is a set of growth forecasts.
Correct.
Turn up Appendix 1 to your rebuttal proof, please. Appendix 1 to your rebuttal proof is a long note on traffic modelling. It's got the name Vectos MicroSim at the top of it. Did you prepare this, or was this one of your colleagues?
No, this is a separate company, Vectos MicroSim, modelling experts.
So one of your colleagues.
Correct.
If we just turn on to page 7 of this note, page 7 I think it is, yeah. There is a heading about midway down the page which is traffic growth. And within that little section, paragraph 44, we're told that having quoted from LC's, the County Council's position that states that the approach you adopt assumes no other growth beyond the proposed site and the committed development sites. Paragraph 44 says this is a key distinction between the approach that we've adopted within our modelling and that which is being promoted by the County Council. The County Council considers that traffic forecasting must fully conform to the guidelines set out within TAG. So yet another acronym. Just replete with acronyms, isn't it? TAG, we can note, is Transport Analysis Guidance, isn't it?
Yep.
And that's produced by the Department for Transport.
Yes, that's right.
And then we've got a little quote that follows that statement. It says, the paragraph 44 goes on and says, however, DFT states that development of analysis using TAG guidance is a requirement for all interventions that require government approval. For interventions that do not require government approval, this guidance would serve as a best practice guide. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the point then made at your colleague's paragraph 45 is that traffic forecasts don't need to conform to the transport analysis guidance published by the DFT.
Correct.
Just so we're clear about what the application of TAG means in this context, if you apply that guidance, then you apply the growth factors produced by Tempro in the assessment process, don't you?
I'm sorry, can you take me to where it says that?
Is that your understanding?
My understanding of the Tempro process, which relates to TAG as well,
Yeah.
is the understanding that I set out this morning, of which I included within my speaking note. There are many, many facets to Tempro and its relationship with NTEM, its relationship with business cases, its relationship to the NTM, which is different to NTEM. So if you could just ask me that question again.
Just look at what your
Yeah.
colleague has written at paragraphs 44
Yes.
and 45. 44 is the quote that says, you need to use TAG in effect if you're intervening with something that requires government approval. That's the first point. Yeah.
Yes, I see
For
that.
other interventions that don't require a government approval, it's best practice. And then the conclusion is, we consider that it's not necessarily the case that traffic forecasts need to fully conform to the approach outlined in TAG, because, and then it sets out why not. Unless you're doing something other than TAG says, what would be the point of saying that?
To isolate what effectively traffic modelers do for local models versus what traffic modelers sometimes do for business cases where applications are being made for funding from the DFT. So effectively the TAG process is something that you follow if you're making a business case for funding.
Mr. Axon.
So forgive me. So for instance, the A582 joining application will be going to DFT, it'll be applying for funding, and it will have to be approached in a particular way. However, if the implication here is that somehow our modelling team is doing something inappropriate, that is something I would challenge.
No, I
And,
haven't got to that point yet.
well, forgive me, but
Paragraph, this section of this note, which
Yeah.
you produce, your colleague has written, you produce
Well,
it as part of your evidence, well,
yeah.
that's true, Mr. Axon, is directed at growth of traffic in the assessment. That's what it's directed at. We can see that heading, can't we?
yes, we can.
And the criticism that LCC has made of you is that you assume no other growth beyond the proposed site and the committed development sites. That's the italicised quote.
Correct.
The County Council's criticism. The response to that is that, paragraph 44, LCC considers that traffic forecasting must fully conform to the guidelines set out within TAG. However, and then we've got the quote that we've looked at,
Indeed.
and therefore, paragraph 45, the conclusion of your colleague is that it's not necessarily the case that you need to conform fully to TAG.
Correct.
All of that in the context of how you deal with growth.
Yes.
and whether or not you apply background growth in addition to committed developments.
I'm not sure that it is entirely related to background growth in addition to committed developments.
What else is it related to?
I can't tell you, but to be perfectly honest, TAG is a complicated document. So, for instance, if one looked at TAG and one was following the guidelines in TAG, you wouldn't do what LCC has done in terms of adding the uncertainty factor. For instance,
I'm going to suggest in due course that the only sensible way of reading your colleagues' 3 paragraphs here is that they have done something other than what TAG proposes them that should be done. That's what I'm going to submit. Have I got that wrong?
sir, if it helps on this...
Well, have I got that wrong, Mr. Axon? I'm going to say that the only sensible way of reading this part of your colleague's note is to conclude that what you've done does not conform fully to TAG. Have I got that wrong?
I can't answer that strictly because I think that TAG may have caveats within it, and caveats that enable a mathematical process to be followed differently. So, what I was going to suggest with this, sir, I did put up a modelling colleague as a potential expert. I'm very, very happy to ask my modelling colleague to draft a note on this point and for it to be shared with Mr. Stevens and to see whether they can come to an agreement on this point. Because the reason for that is because I don't necessarily accept your premise, but without actually looking into the detail, it would be tag unit M4 section 9 potentially, and seeing what it says. I'm not in a position to, if you like, confirm or deny.
I'm happy to proceed on the basis that you don't know whether or not the analysis conforms with TAG. I'm happy to proceed on that basis and on the basis of what we got in paragraphs 43 to 45 of this note, which is your evidence.
Yes, I've got 2 points there. Is one, I would need to check the caveats within TAG, and I do note, in fact, that if one was actually looking at TAG with the notes that I've got here, one wouldn't undertake the approach that LCC had taken.
Yeah, that's
for
a different
instance.
point.
And the second, well, forgive me, that is the first point, and I think I'll just leave it there.
No, it's not. It's not irrelevant. But what I'm asking about is what you've done, and I've got what your colleague is telling us here. And if we go back to paragraph 45, he or she says, we consider that it's not necessarily the case that traffic forecasts need to fully conform to the approach outlined in TAG because, in this instance, we do not require government approval, we are not seeking public money, and most importantly, we are seeking to divorce the effects of the development proposals on the transport network from those elicited through the treatment of uncertainty within traffic forecasting processes. 3 reasons. So, 3 reasons for not complying with TAG.
Yes.
Is your colleague's statement, which is in evidence before the inquiry.
Yes.
Beyond which I don't think I need to go.
Thank you.
Let's just examine those 3 reasons. Firstly, the scheme does not require government approval, which of course is right.
Yes.
But, assuming that the quote is right, that precedes paragraph 45, the application of transport analysis guidance would still represent best practice, wouldn't it?
Actually, no, I don't accept that. And again, what I would need to do is I'd need to revert back to the modelling experts in this respect. So best practice in the context of the way in which we're looking now, which is the effect on this local area, may not actually be served by TAG.
In accordance with what we know TAG says, namely the quote there, it would represent best practice.
As it happens, my advice from my modelling colleagues is that in this particular case it doesn't.
In accordance with the quote we have
Well, look, I'm
on the basis of transport analysis guidance that we have before us, it represents best practice, because that's what it says, black and white.
Forgive me,
Sorry, blue and white.
I don't have any other answer other than the one that I've already given you.
Right. not seeking public money is the second reason given in paragraph 45. Surely, Mr. Axon, the source of funding for a particular proposal is irrelevant, isn't it, to the impact that that proposal generates on the local highway network?
No, in this particular case, the purpose of the tag exercise is that business case, and it's effectively a funding application for funds from the DFT. So that's why it relates here to that second point.
Sorry, can you have a go at answering my
Forgive me.
question? Is the
Yes.
source of funding for a particular development proposal irrelevant to the impact that that proposal generates on the network?
If you forgive me, can I just read that section so we know? Yeah, we're not seeking public money.
Yeah.
So coming, I think your question is related to our development, and forgive me if I've not remembered it correctly.
It's a
You're
very
saying, does the
straightforward
source
question.
of funding for our money matter in terms of the assessment that we undertake on the network?
That's precisely what I've asked now
Yeah,
twice. What's the answer to that?
That's absolutely right. However, in the context of this paragraph, I understand our modeller to be relating this to a highway infrastructure scheme, not a development scheme. So the way in which TAG is read is in effect of transport infrastructure schemes, not development schemes.
With respect, Mr. Axon,
Well,
this commentary is simply about how you assess traffic growth. That's the heading, isn't it?
Yes, but my answer sticks in that respect, that I understand this to be in the context of public money funding for transport infrastructure projects.
And then the third reason for, according to your colleague, not applying or not fully conforming with TAG is that you're seeking to divorce the effects of the development proposals on the transport network from those elicited through the treatment of uncertainty within the traffic forecasting process. To try and understand what on earth that statement means, we go over the page. Paragraph 47. What's said there by your colleague is, within our forecasting approach we have omitted uncertain influences on traffic growth in favour of known pressures which are predicted to occur via the delivery of the committed developments and our development. Yeah?
Yes.
So what you've decided to do is exclude background traffic growth in favour of, which you say is uncertain, in favour of known growth, namely that from commitments and that from the appeal proposals.
Yes.
Would you accept that those three things, background traffic growth, growth from commitments, growth from the appeal schemes, those three things can represent different components of traffic?
Yes.
And so it's not a question of choosing one or the other, because if you have one, the other doesn't exist. They can all exist.
Yes.
And if they do all exist, then as a matter of fact, they will all contribute to future traffic flows that you're trying to establish in order to understand the impact of this development.
Yes.
Good. Now, excluding background traffic growth beyond commitments, is there anything in transport analysis guidance that supports that approach?
Sorry, I don't understand that question.
Is there anything in transport analysis guidance that says when you're trying to predict traffic growth, you are permitted to exclude background traffic growth and include only growth from known commitments?
can't tell you specifically in relation to tag, but what I can tell you is what I told you earlier, is that the approach that is undertaken is to do effectively what I set out earlier today. So one or the other, way one or way two. So in terms of omitting uncertain influences on traffic growth in favour of known pressures, is effectively way two. Effectively what the A582 analysis has done is it's done exactly that. It's put on, to some extent, known uncertainty influences and then capped it at what Tempro would have you cap in that local area.
What I'm interested in at the moment is whether or not your approach to exclude one of the three elements that I've mentioned that we agree upon can contribute to growth is supported in guidance. And I've asked you about whether it's supported in transport analysis guidance. Is there any other guidance of which we should be aware where that approach is supported, whereby you exclude background traffic growth and include only growth from commitments?
I believe there is guidance, but what I have to do is, this is a detailed modelling point, and so I'd have to come back to you on exactly what that is. I don't know what that is.
We don't want to extend this inquiry beyond what is reasonably necessary. So if the answer is you don't know, we'll proceed on the basis that you don't know, Mr.
Yes,
Anderson.
I don't know, but what I will add to this is that the observed effect in terms of running these models within the UK is as I've set out.
Paragraph 53, whilst we've still got this document before us, tells us that this is not an unusual approach, and we have submitted models in the past which do not include growth beyond that associated with committed developments, or where growth has been capped so as not to exceed the figure outlined within Tempro. Often, this probably should read, has been accepted on the grounds that it is considered more realistic than would be the case if full growth is applied. Sometimes it hasn't been accepted. Must be the obvious corollary of that, Mr. Axon, mustn't it?
Yes.
How frequently has it not been accepted?
In our model's experience, it is always accepted.
So this person's got it wrong, have they?
But sorry, in the models that we are undertaking or assessing on behalf of other authorities, this is the approach that is typically taken. I'm not aware of any where it hasn't been accepted, but I take the point in terms of the words.
Have you ever submitted an assessment that adopts this approach to national highways in a scheme that involves the strategic road network and had it accepted by them?
I can't tell you the answer to that, but we will have taken this approach with national highways in some of the areas in which we work. What I can't tell you is the results of those conversations. Okay. But what I will say is that this is, for instance, the approach that's adopted throughout Warwickshire. And of course our modellers work very closely with National Highways colleagues in that particular area.
National Highways didn't accept your approach here, did they?
Well,
in terms of traffic growth.
Well, no, thank you for asking about that, because
that's all right.
As it happens, the situation that we reach with National Highways, and bear in mind that the consultants for National Highways work closely with our modellers in the normal course of events. So the two consultants do work, they know each other, they work closely together. In terms of what National Highways said, we were in a position where our modellers couldn't speak modeller to modeller with National Highways because of a particular issue, which was that I understand that Lancashire would prefer to be there at every meeting, and as it happens, we simply couldn't arrange the meetings. But I don't actually, I'm not going to say yes or no to that question, because WSP, the modellers, wrote a modelling report looking at our model. We turned that around within 2 weeks, and what we actually did is we addressed every single point that they had raised, and we went back to them. Now, in fact, in the context of this, my understanding is that this wasn't one of the points raised by WSP in their critique. And of course, what we ended up with is our response note sitting with National Highways and National Highways not responding to it. So in an attempt to actually reach agreement, we had already suggested to National Highways that, frankly, if you don't want to talk about modelling, there's no need to, for the purpose of understanding the National Highway Strategic Network, because, largely speaking, you can make the judgment about the strategic network without going to modelling. And in the end, that's actually what National Highways did. So it's not the case that National Highways actually came back and critiqued our latest modelling approach, because it was still sitting with them.
Your Appendix 4 to your rebuttal proof starts on page 54. It's the latest word from National Highways in respect of the appeal schemes. It's their letter dated the 28th of July 2022.
Sorry, could you say where we are again?
Yes, it's Mr. Axon's rebuttal Appendix 4. So it starts on page 53 of the bundle of appendices.
Yep, thank you.
And if we turn on to page 57, there is reference to temporary traffic growth factors, isn't there?
Yes.
And what they say there is that they reviewed those provided by Lancashire County Council. It's very busy out there. For 2018 to 2035, although we've been unable to exactly replicate the factors due to a difference in temporary data set versions, and that's the point about one before last and the current one, we consider that the input parameters used are appropriate. National Highways have discussed with LCC the approach taken to derive the temporary rates and consider the input parameters to be appropriate. Do you see that?
I do.
So it appears that National Highways' concluded position on the application of temporary growth factors was to agree with Mr. Stevens. Is that fair?
Well, no, I think it says here that the input parameters used are appropriate, and what you'll see elsewhere in this document is that from a National Highways point of view, they're effectively, if you're overestimating, then that's fine. So if you're overestimating an effect and that effect is still acceptable to National Highways, they need go no further. It's the sort of approach that we suggested to them in the first place that they might want to take. And what they've done, if you've seen, they ended up with, for instance, in the paragraphs above, a lower trip generation rate. But for the same reason, I believe, they said, well, we've looked at LCCs, they're higher. Frankly, even on the basis of those higher flows, the difference is not substantive in terms of effect on the network, and therefore we're satisfied.
Mr. Axon,
so forgive.
No, you're not finished.
So,
with your manful effort,
yeah.
I'm going to come back to it.
Well,
Go on, carry on.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Equally, of course, we've actually had no response from National Highways saying that they are at odds with us on our factors as well. And you'll remember me saying actually as well that actually the factors one might use for standalone modelling will be different to the factors one might use for microsimulation modelling.
Thank you very much for all of that. The statement we have from National Highways is that it considers the temporary rates used by the County Council to be appropriate. Your position is that they are inappropriate, isn't it?
Well, actually, I think you...
Well, do you accept that they're appropriate as well?
If you heard me say earlier that to some extent within Tempro, the council can almost do what it likes in terms of loading traffic. And what I actually said was that if that's what the council is actually doing, then I'm suggesting that the inspector is cognizant of the way in which that's been undertaken and the extra load on the network. Because Tempro is this sort of flexible, discretionary data set.
Mr. Axon, I'm very optimistic that we're going to finish your evidence today. My optimism will wane unless you start giving me some direct answers to direct questions. Do you agree with National Highways in concluding that the County Council's temporary rates and the input parameters that it uses are appropriate?
No, I don't think
No.
that they're appropriate for the purpose of that assessment.
Thank you very much. To turn to development traffic, please. And that requires an estimation of likely traffic generation from the appealed proposals. Let's go back to your proof for a moment, if we could. Main proof, I mean. And it's page, I think my note says page 45. Let's see if that's right. Page 45 of your proof. In section 6, which is addressing the assessment of the effects of the development. You explain at paragraph 6.9 what approach the transport assessment took to what's described as an unfettered forecast of movement. Do you see that?
I do.
And that starts with an interrogation of, yet another acronym, the TRICS database.
Yes, it does.
And that aims to look at a broadly comparable set of developments on that database to that being proposed, doesn't it?
In terms of the not quite, no. So forgive me, I'll answer that question first and I'll explain why. So the TRICS database doesn't contain broadly comparable developments to the one in which we're looking at. And that's why in situations such as this, and it's in the guidance as well actually, you start with person trip demand, because as a first principle it's person trip demand that is rather less affected by the specifics of the development.
Yeah.
So yes.
When I say broadly comparable, what I mean is, for example, other residential developments as opposed to warehouses.
Yes.
Other residential developments of a certain size as opposed to 6 houses, where you're looking at an 1,100 house development.
Not quite, no, because in TRICS the sites are mostly a lot smaller.
But they're banded, aren't they, in terms of sizes?
Well, they're still smaller.
Yeah, yes, but they're banded, and so you go for a band that most closely resembles what you're trying to promote. Do you want to have a look at it? Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, no.
Let's have a look at it. Transport assessment, please.
Forgive me.
Transport assessment. Go past the text and past the little series of plans and find the appendices. Now, I have no idea what PDF page or other sort of page that might be, because there isn't one.
Past the plans.
Yes, go to the front cover of the appendices.
Give us a moment. Ah, yes, here we are. What
Have
these
you got
TRICS printouts.
TRICS person trips.
Bear with me for 1 second.
Trips off the tongue.
It does. TRICS PDF page. Oh, I don't know what it is in real life. It's PDF page on the inspector's doing.
Yeah, there are no page numbers in real life.
Okay, so there you go.
It's Appendix 1.
For those of us using the electronic document, it's
Appendix
PDF
A,
page
sorry.
80.
If we turn to past the cover sheet to the first, if you like, set of data, and in fact it's spread over two pages. It looks at, you can see this in the first part of the first page, it looks at survey information from various parts of the country, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And then this page and the next sets out the characteristics of those surveyed sites. There are 15 days worth of survey in total. It sets out some of the characteristics of those sites.
Yes, that's right.
Good. And so, for example, if we look at the second page of information on those surveyed sites, about halfway down the page we see reference to car ownership, don't we?
Yes.
And 5 days worth of survey was in respect of sites where there's car ownership within 5 miles of the site, 0.6 to 1. 8 days worth 1.1 to 1.5, then 2 days worth 1.6 to 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Stevens' evidence is that in respect of South Ribble, we've got a relatively high level of car ownership at 1.36 per household, which I think you accept, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And so, whether or not these are truly representative, bearing in mind that we've got 5 days in respect of sites where car ownership within 5 miles is below 1, is potentially a matter of dispute, isn't it? Because this might be skewing the survey results to a set of sites where...
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. Potentially a matter of dispute. It hasn't been disputed, and we've had Mr. Stevens give his evidence, so sorry.
Well, let me put it another way then.
Disputed by you, not by your witness.
I think Mr. Stevens does... I'll get the reference, but I think Mr. Stevens does raise this. In respect of South Ribble's 1.36 worth of car ownership per household, is it your position that that is representative of the 15 survey days represented by this TRIX data?
Yes, and I'll qualify that.
Do.
So firstly, you will have heard me this morning just update the inspector on the local car ownership rates, which are actually 1.07. Kingsfold, right next door to the site, 1.07. So, firstly, in terms of car ownership, these aren't unreasonable. Secondly, of course, we're starting with person trips, not car trips. Now, I know Mr. Stevens uses a car trip survey, but the guidance is start with person trips and then effectively apply your modes after that. So, in answer to your question, this is not an unreasonable proxy for us to start with in terms of person trips.
Just in terms of the Kingsfold point, which I think is your point about, in that particular area there's 1.07 cars per household. But obviously the approach in TRIX doesn't look at a small geographical area near to or next to a development site to come up with a car ownership level. It looks within 5 miles of a site, doesn't it, to get a representative sample, presumably?
Sorry, small area Kingsfold. I think it's larger than the 182 development site that Mr. Stevens actually used as a proxy, but nonetheless, no. So when we actually took Mr. Stevens's table, but we had to go back into the raw data because it didn't show in his appendix. You can break down the areas into much finer grain areas. Yeah. So there were 4 areas that made up Kingsfold. So we added the 4 areas that made up Kingsfold together and got 1.07.
Yeah, my point, Mr. Axon, was that when TRIX looks at car ownership levels, it looks at a within 5 miles of a development site to come up with a set of figures, doesn't it?
Okay, yes.
As opposed to looking at a little residential area, a residential area cheek by jowl with a development site.
Yes, but your question was in relation to the 1.36 figure that Mr. Stevens had mentioned earlier, and what I was saying was, in that context, it's actually 1.07 for the local area.
And then on a related point, if we turn up Mr. Stevens' proof, and this time it's his page 26, I think, that we need. Page 26. Paragraph 4.1.13. He referred to levels of car ownership, comparatively high car ownership he refers to in the preceding paragraph. But at 4.1.13, he also recalls that South Ribble displays relatively high levels of commuting by car or van. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you dispute that?
No, but my qualification, of course, is that pick your area. Our local area will be a much lower ranking than South Ribble as a whole.
Right. Where's the evidence for that?
Well, I gave you the 1.07 earlier.
That's the car ownership.
Insofar that the car ownership, forgive me, I was thinking car ownership. Forgive me, commute to work. Yes, sorry, forgive me, it's my fault indeed. I thought we were talking about car ownership.
No.
So, I don't dispute that, no.
And the reason...
I'm sorry, the pause was too long. What I would say, though, in respect of the point that I made earlier about 1.07, about 1.36, is that what I don't know is what the local area ranking is for commute to work.
No, you don't know that. There's
Yeah.
no evidence.
But I would expect it to be ranked a lot lower than
Right.
that for South Ribble as a whole, because this is within the urban area.
You don't know. We don't have the evidence before us in respect of that. What we do know
Nonetheless,
is...
I'm giving you my view.
Hang on,
I'm
Mr.
giving you
Axon.
my view.
We have the evidence of Mr. Stevens at his 4113, which is, it's ranked 12th highest nationally in terms of commute to work, with around 47% journeys made by car or van. And the reason he advances to explain why that might be is its excellent connections to the strategic road network and major road network, and I don't understand you to dispute that either as a potential reason for that.
No, what I would say is if that is in fact the case, that even in the local area that there's this attractiveness of travelling by car, that there's a bigger win to be had in terms of reducing that. So of course even South Ribble in their climate action plan is talking about a need to reduce travel to work.
Yeah.
And of course if you start from a big number, it's sort of easier to reduce that number. So yeah, we've got the opportunity here.
Yes, what we're currently thinking about is how much traffic potentially the appeal scheme is going to generate. This is trip generation, this discussion, and one of the factors that might be relevant to deciding that is the pattern of mode of travel at the moment in the local area, which demonstrates high reliance on car and van for commuting, doesn't it?
Well, no, sorry. I mean, you've given me the South Ribble figures, which is quite a wide area, includes rural areas. What you haven't given me here is the local urban area figures.
Do you provide those?
No.
Now, given the potential relevance of local circumstances, some of which are referred to there in 4130, car ownership levels also referred to, Mr. Stevens has sought to consider trip rates associated with 3 local sites, as we know, hasn't he? In order to try and come up with an idea of trip generation from your side.
Yes, he has.
In terms of trying to understand how local sites may generate trips given local conditions, including proximity to the motorway network, that's not an exercise you've done, is it?
No.
And so if travel patterns, and in particular I'm thinking of commuting by car, are affected by South Ribble's particular circumstances, then the inspector can recall that your trip generation assessment doesn't take account of that.
Yes, sir, that's right. However, when one actually looks at my trip generation, as it happens, I'm not actually far off that.
Okay.
For the purpose of my assessment. The caveat being there that I would expect to do a lot better in terms of reducing trips than that which I've actually assessed on the network.
Just one, I think, probably very relatively minor point in respect of trips. If we go back to Mr. Stevens' proof of evidence, I think this time turn up page 38. This records trip rates in his table 4 from various sources, yours, his 2022 surveys, and then the last column is headed as agreed with Croft. I think with regard to that last little column, Mr. Axon, you make mention in your rebuttal proof, and it's, sorry to get you looking across two documents at the same time, but it's your rebuttal proof at paragraph 124, page 7, where you tell us that on further...
He's just
sorry,
I'm sorry.
I'm thinking about my cup of tea.
Don't let us hold you up.
Page 7, paragraph 124, development traffic forecast, which is what we're dealing with. Have you got there?
I do.
Good. On further investigation, these development traffic flow rates, those agreed with Croft, were rates that the County Council specified that Croft should use, having rejected Croft's proposed trip rates. What was your further investigation?
We asked Croft.
Did you? Good. Were they the trip rates that Croft used in their assessment of the effects of that development, the 2019 scheme?
Yes.
Okay. Now, within their assessment, was there any suggestion to the effect that Croft consider those trip rates to be inappropriate?
No.
All right. I told you it was just a little point. Back to the transport assessment for a moment, if we may. Apologies for having you go across these documents. CD 168, and this time section 6 is what I wanted to go to, which I think for my purposes, in fact we can start on the first page of this, which will be page 42 in the hard copy version, probably in the order of 48 in the PDF.
It's 48 in the PDF.
So I've just noted the time. What's it? 10 to 3. We're going for an hour and a half, roughly. I've got quite a bit more to get through.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted
You
to have
need
an
a cup of tea, are you?
if you wanted an afternoon break, this might be a sensible time.
All right, let's have our break then.
Thank you very much.
Right. So, shall we come back at 15:15?
Happy to make it a little earlier.
Okay, 10 past.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you
10
very much.
past it is then. Thank you.
Do you want a cup of Mike? Or you drinking?
No, I'm all right, thanks. I've gone to water.
All right.
Yeah.
I could probably have done that on reflection.
If I tried, it would definitely break.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not.
Okay, then passed. We're resuming. So thank you,
very
Mr. Pontar.
Thank you, sir. We were going to section 6 of the transport assessment, please, Mr. Axon, where we're dealing with trip generation and distribution. And just to sort of set the scene, if we look at paragraph 6.5, notes likely impacts of development should be assessed in accordance with what's said in the framework, and therefore this section of the TA provides a forecast of the initial unfettered more likely trip generation, considering trips by journey purpose and the potential for internalisation. So that's what this bit of the TA sets about doing.
Indeed.
Yeah, good. And if we then go over the page to table 6.1, we have the, in terms of person trips, vehicle trips, person trips, we have the results of your interrogation of the TRICS database.
Yes.
And what's then done, and we see this in the next table on the same page, table 6.2, is split those into 3 purpose categories: commuting, education, recreation and leisure.
Yes.
And those proportion splits, and there's a different proportion split across the 3 of them for depending on what time of day you're looking at, as we can see, they are taken from what's called the National Travel Survey. We're told that in 6.8, aren't we?
Yes.
And so they're not specific to South Ribble, are they? They're taken from a data set that covers all parts of the country.
Can you just bear with me on that? Yes, that's right.
And so if South Ribble has particularly high levels of commuting by car, actually that might not, no, it might not matter for this purpose, because it's just talking about person trips, isn't it, at this stage?
It is, that's
Yeah,
right,
okay.
yes.
Yeah, no. Thank you, that's helpful. What if we go over the page again, table 6.3 does is apply those National Travel Survey percentages to trips from the appeals scheme according to your assessment of person trips for the appeals scheme. In effect, it applies those percentages to the trip rates that appear in the previous table and come up with numbers again for each hour of the day across each of those 3 purposes.
Yes.
Good. And then what the analysis does is look at how people in the local area travel for each of the journey purposes, and we see that in table 6.4
Indeed.
as between various modes of transport.
Yes.
There's no one using the underground in South Ribble, that's surprising. So this is split across 2 different geographic areas within 5 kilometres and then destinations outside of 5 kilometres, and there's a different, unsurprisingly, there's a different split across the various travel modes depending on whether you're looking at a shorter distance or a longer distance. Just as a matter of interest, can you tell me why those numbers don't, in either column, add up to 100%?
No, not at the moment.
So, for example, within the 5 kilometres, we've got, what, 17... 78, 86, about 92%, haven't we?
The rest are on the underground.
Yeah.
92% there, and it's 12, 13, 83, 94% for the outside 5 kilometre column. What's happened to the others?
No, I can't tell you that at the moment.
Do you think one possible explanation might be in respect of people who aren't travelling to work? They might, for example, be working at home.
Again, I can't tell you that at the moment.
Okay.
I'll investigate that and get back to you. It is one possibility.
Because if it is that, if we go over the page, paragraph 6.14 on the top of the next page, we can see that a deduction is made for something called an internalisation factor to take account of trips occurring within the site and people working from home. So there's been an adjustment for people working at home there, hasn't there?
To be fair, that's a different adjustment. So what we're talking about there, and let me just make sure I don't misunderstand the question. So we're talking about a 5% factor. Is this the one that you're talking about for people working from home?
Well, I'm looking at what's said at 6.14.
Yes.
It says an internalisation of
Yeah,
factor of 5%
that's
was
the one.
applied to the person trips to take account of the trips occurring within the site, people working from home.
So this is the difference that we're applying between what was measured and what we say now will be the case now and in the future. So you might remember that elsewhere in my evidence, I actually identified that in the past, and one might apply this to the tricks data that we had used, that about 15% of people at any one time had been working from home, and now post-COVID, what actually happens and what is expected to maintain is that about 25% of people at any one time are working from home. Now, there's give or take a difference of 10%, so what we actually did is apply a 5% difference.
No, I understand that. But isn't there a danger if you like, the percentage levels of trip mode split have already taken into account, if you like, people working from home? So that's why they don't add up to 100%. Recall that.
I'll
There's a danger of double discounting,
well,
isn't there?
No, I'll check that not 100%,
Okay,
and forgive me for it not being 100%. But what I'm saying is it's the difference. So we've got a set of surveys, and those surveys are pre-COVID.
Yeah.
And so what we're saying, pre-COVID, there was a particular situation in terms of people working from home.
I understand.
Post-COVID, that's changed, and therefore we're applying the difference. So even if that missing 7% or whatever is, in this particular circumstance, people working from home, but I will check, that doesn't affect the 5% discount that we've applied on the next page.
All right. When it comes to the education mode split, which is page 46, table 6.6, that, unlike the commuting mode split, has not used local data, has it? It's used national data.
It has, yes.
And then in respect of recreation and leisure, which we get to on page 48, what you tell us in paragraph 621 is that there isn't any national database which provides mode splits for leisure and recreation, and therefore the same mode split has been applied as for commuting trips.
That's correct.
Which is taken from the census data.
Yes.
Okay. And at paragraph 620, you say, for the purposes of assessment, a judgment has been made that 50% of leisure and recreation trips are internal trips, which remain within the site, and 50% are external trips which travel off-site. And that represents presumably a judgment made by you.
Correct.
I don't think I've seen any evidence that sets out to support that judgment, Mr. Axon. Have I missed anything?
No, you haven't.
There isn't any evidence to support that. Now, what you do say, of course, at paragraph 619, to be fair to you, towards the end of 619, is that the proposals include for a local centre, including retail and community facilities.
Ooh.
And the scale of development in terms of dwellings will ensure a number of trips are internalised within the site. So there's reference there to the local centre and community facilities. I don't know if you've got access to the master plan, CD 1.16. Have you got that? CD 1.16. Now I think PDF page numbers are the same as hard copy page numbers, so I'm going to take you to page 32.
Sorry.
CD
Yes.
1.16,
I think I've got the right document. Sorry, what was the reference
page 32.
of the PDF?
And Miss Bell will tell me if the PDF is anything other than the actual page number.
It's the same.
Thank
Development parameters. Is that what you're looking
Yeah,
for?
section 8, development parameters.
32. Yes.
Have
Yes.
you got that?
Got that. Yeah.
And there's 3 columns of text on the left-hand side. This is a A3 one in the thing I'm looking at. It's a sort of landscape A3 document. 3 columns of text on the left-hand side of the page. The middle column is headed a new local centre.
Yes.
Yeah, good. And we're told in the second paragraph what that could contain. It could contain convenience retail, farm shop, offices, as well as a range of other services and facilities, for example, pharmacy, gym, dry cleaners and hairdressers. Okay? And we needn't turn it up, but an even earlier version of the master plan suggested there might also be a vets there. There's no certainty that any particular one of those facilities will be provided, is there?
Can I put this back to the conversation about the Section 106 and the conditions to next week? Because one of the things that we are looking to do is to provide some commitments to some facilities.
Okay. All right. I'm happy to discuss it in the context of the 106. Do you understand there to be any certainty that any of those particular facilities is going to be provided by the scheme? 106?
Yes, I do.
106 or no 106?
Yes, I do.
Which of them?
I certainly mobility hub.
No.
Sorry, what you did read out. Mobility
Convenience
hub.
retail, farm shop, offices, facilities, for example, pharmacy, gym, dry cleaners and hairdressers. Which do you understand there to be certainty as to its delivery?
My understanding is that when we talk about the Section 106 next week, that we certainly be talking about certainty of, for instance, a convenience outlet.
Okay, so the retail shop. Anything else?
No.
What type and size of facilities have you assumed within the local centre when you've come up with your judgment that a 50% internalisation factor should be applied?
I haven't.
How on earth did you reach a figure of 50%?
Well, actually, what we're talking about within this site and what we talk about in terms of leisure movement is a substantial proportion of leisure movement is for top-up retail shopping, which is why I'm interested in the commitment to the retail store on the site. A lot of the other leisure movement, for instance, that's contained often locally, is simply going for a walk. Now, you may have seen the latest NTS data that actually looks at over 20% of people now, as part of their leisure activity, are simply going for a walk. In addition to that, we're of a sufficient size that we might reasonably expect to form a community, a local community. And as part of that local community, What we're talking about in terms of leisure is visiting your friends, one way or the other, either in their own homes or in some central facility, such as our local centre. So when I came up with my 50% judgment, and it is just that, just as everything else is, I looked at going for a walk, the propensity to nip down to the shop for a pint of milk, going to visit your friends, within a community that is specifically designed to operate as a community.
All right. I note what you say as far as that's concerned in the context of your earlier answers. Back to the TA, please. You put the master plan away, I think, virtually. Back to the TA, and let's turn on to page 57, if we can. Page 57 sets out the 7 routes assessed in this document in respect of journey time analyses within the microsimulation model that you have used, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And we've seen further down the page which scenarios have been examined. Obviously, it goes without saying, but just so we're clear, the inputs into all of this cover those matters that we've been discussing: base flows, flows in the design year, and trip generation.
Yes.
Okay, so we just need to bear that in mind. 7.8 and 7.9 set out the various scenarios that have been tested, the 6 different scenarios, and I think probably of most relevance to us is scenarios 2 and 3, which look forward to, in this case, 2031, include the base and committed development in scenario 2, and then adds the development at 1,100 dwellings in scenario 3.
Yes.
And it's those 2 scenarios that, if we look over the page to page 59, starting at table 7.2, it's those 2 scenarios that you give us the results for in table 7.2 for route 1, and then the subsequent tables for the other 6 routes.
Yes.
Good. Noting, of course, that what you're examining here in particular are what you consider to be the peak periods, the AM peak period and the PM peak period.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Stevens' position is that the AM peak doesn't coincide with 8 to 9, it coincides with 7:30 to 8:30, and similarly for the PM 4:30 to 5:30. Do you dispute that is in fact the local, if you like, local peak periods on this network?
No, not if Mr. Stevens says that.
Okay. If the analysis was to shift to correspond with that understanding of peak periods, then presumably the background traffic flows within the assessment would also shift.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the results of your analysis, as we know, are expressed in journey times and a difference in journey times. And I think it's fair to say that that's the consistent approach you follow throughout your evidence. So, for example, we've looked at this before within your proof. What's a good reference point? Page 55 in your proof. Albeit for the year 2030, which we've discussed. The results presented this time in respect of a route that is a combination of routes 1 and 2 from the transport assessment, expressed as a difference in journey times. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. So page 55, is that correct?
Page 55.
Yeah, page 55. Just as a helpful point, of course, in page 55, we've looked at the effect over the 12-hour period in the day.
Exactly.
And so potentially the question you've just asked me about, Mr. Stevens, can be derived, or answers can be assumed from the work that we've actually done here in terms of a different peak hour.
Why, as a matter of interest, did the transport assessment focus on what you consider to be the peak hours?
In the context of the transport assessment, it was simply the 2 hours that we picked for the purpose of the assessment. It's not an unusual situation to pick 8 to 9 and 5 to 6 for the purpose of assessment. My modellers picked that, reported that. Of course, what we've done latterly, if we've reported all 12 hours.
I know that's what you've done latterly, but
Yeah, well, that's the
those
reason.
those hours aren't picked at random, are they, in the transport assessment? Presumably some conscious decision has been made, and whoever, I think
Well,
you've
nonetheless,
reviewed the transport assessment, and Mr. Whittaker has contributed to it. Somebody called Mr. Ashley is the primary author. What was the conscious decision to choose peak hours as a presentation of impacts, as opposed to, say, halfway through the morning and halfway through the evening?
I can't speak for Mr. Ashley, who prepared the report, but
No.
actually it's a fairly typical approach. And of course, what we're looking at is indicative effects. Actually shifting half an hour here or there it sort of suggests a precision that can't be replicated in any event in the
I'm
type
not
of
asking
work
you
that we're
about shifting
undertaking.
half an hour either here or there. Whoever's right on peak hours, it doesn't, quite frankly, for my
Thank you.
purpose of this question, doesn't
Yeah.
matter. What I want to know is, why present just what you consider to be the peak hours as opposed to any other hours of the day in the TA?
I can't answer that any further than I've already done, except that, of course, I have presented any other hours of the day in my proof of evidence.
Okay. Is it because perhaps those are the hours of greatest concern to potentially to the travelling public?
No,
Why not? Why wouldn't that be a reason for picking the
No,
peak
well-
hours as the focus for the assessment?
well, actually, that's a premise that you've just put to me that I don't actually accept, because what we talk about during the day is livability throughout the entirety of the day. Again, I said we might have 2,000 different people doing 2,000 different things. It is wrong to generalise and say that of those 2,000 people doing 2,000 different things, the majority are interested in the peak hour. They're not. When we actually look at the total movement through the day, there's a great deal more movement through the day outside of the peak hours than there is within the peak hours.
Mr. Axon, let's try and apply a dose of reality to this, please. If you were to submit a transport assessment to any local highway authority across the country that presented the results for a development in respect of the hours between 11 and noon and 9 and 10 in the evening, would you expect that to be accepted?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a part of the day. Just as, to be perfectly honest, I would not now expect simply the peak hours. Of course, in the past, one looked at 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. It's the approach that Mr. Stevens has taken. So now what we do with our models is we do actually look at the effects across the entirety of the day, so that we've got a picture as to how transport and mobility works across the entirety of the day.
Was this transport assessment deficient then, in your view?
I'm not going to answer that because
Why not?
Because I'm not prepared to answer that. But what I would
Well,
say
I'd like
is,
you to answer that
well,
with
well,
respect.
forgive me, I was finishing. What I would say is it would have been more helpful for me if we had actually included all 12 hours, as we did in fact model. So we modelled 12 hours, we reported the peak hours. For whatever reason, I don't really want to get into an argument about it, but of course what we've now done in any event is provided information to the inquiry that actually does deal with that 12-hour period.
Well, I'm trying to get to the reason why that was presented in that way. I want to know your view as to whether or not you now consider this transport assessment to be deficient. Is that your
I
view?
can give you no further answer.
You're not prepared to answer that question?
Correct.
Why not?
I can give you no further answer.
You're not prepared to answer that question either.
There we are.
All right. I'll make some submissions about that, as you would imagine. Cast your eye back to the your proof, please. Page 55, paragraph 642. We've looked at this all before. You tell us what the results of your analysis are in respect of this particular amalgamated route, if I can call it that, routes 1 and 2 from the TA. The maximum increase in southbound average journey times 3 minutes 12 seconds on a typical journey time of 15 minutes, and that's in the evening between 6 and 7. And then I think you report further over the page in respect of northbound position at 6:43, is that right? Maximum
Yes.
increase in journey time 3 minutes 34 seconds on a typical journey time of 25 minutes, which again is in an evening period from 5 till 6, and your view is that that isn't a significant increase,
Correct.
which we can see at 6:44. So can we understand your position as far as this additional journey time is concerned and how that's experienced? We can agree, can't we, that the experience of that delay, whether it be the 3 minutes 34 northbound or the 3 minutes 12 southbound, will be more, if you like, pronounced. The experience of that delay will be more pronounced at particular locations along the route than others.
Yes.
And in particular, it's likely to be experienced at junctions, and specifically at junctions that are already busy.
Yes.
What your analysis doesn't do, of course, is present the identity of those particular locations and the likely levels of delay at them, does it?
Correct.
And so, with respect, Mr. Axon, the simple presentation of an increase in journey times across a particular route of your choosing, 1 in this bit of your proof, 7 in the TA, doesn't give the inspector a complete picture of the driver experience along that route, does it?
No, sir. I mean, if we're talking about driver experience through a route, none of this work gives you an indication of driver experience, quality of your experience, and of course, quality of experience is in the eye of the beholder and will be different to different people. But effectively, what this assessment does, though, it does give you this tangible, real metric that people live their lives by, which is journey time. Now, some people may be affected by the degree of quality of experience that you're talking about. My actual judgment in this respect, in respect of these times, is that most people will not be, and that it doesn't actually, it's not substantive in the context of what matters in terms of transport planning.
No, and I understand that's your conclusion. And in addition to that, the points I've already made, and I think which you've helpfully agreed, but subject to your qualifications, the routes that you've assessed obviously don't represent all of the routes that are potentially affected by traffic generated by the appeal scheme, do they?
Can you just explain what you mean by that?
You can't possibly assess all of the routes that might be affected by the appeal scheme because they are probably almost without limit. They won't be without limit, but there'll be a large number of them.
Yeah, on the basis that the options are infinite, clearly not. But of course, what we do is we look at the routes that are likely to be affected most.
Yeah. We know, of course, that Mr. Stevens is particularly concerned about a series of junctions along the east-west section of the A582. There will be routes that take in those junctions. And I've got in mind, for example, a route from, say, Tardygate down Croston Road, across the A582, heading to the west of Leyland, again on Croston Road as it goes south from the A582. Do you know where I mean in the network?
Yes, so effectively you're asking me what happens on a route.
Well,
that
do you
our
know where
model
I mean in
hasn't
the
assessed it.
network first?
I've traced you through the network, Tardygate, Croston Road, then down south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what your assessment doesn't do is tell the inspector how that journey might be affected as a result of more traffic passing through the Croston Road A582 junction, does it?
Correct.
And how the driver experience is going to potentially be affected by the addition of development traffic experienced by that driver.
No, but we've got no reason to assume that, in fact, that is a substantive change in any event. So what we've done is we've modelled the main routes on the network, and we've looked at the changes there. Now, in the modelling, we expect that to be effectively the most likely areas of change. What you've done is pick a particular route. I see no reason, I see no evidence actually from the council to suggest that that's actually a problem. It's not been raised as an issue.
My point is, that junction is part and parcel of your assessment along Route 2, and the route assessed in your proof of evidence is a junction of assessment in Mr. Stevens' efforts, and the only way you get an idea, some idea, of whether or not the driver trying to traverse 582 down Croston Road is affected, and to what degree, is by looking at that junction individually.
So can I
Isn't it?
Forgive me. No, it's not at all. So,
Okay.
forgive me. Can I turn to figure MA6-3 in my proof of evidence,
What
page
page?
52?
Which page are you on?
Sorry, we both asked you at the
Sorry.
same
Both asked me
time.
at the same time.
You're on
Well,
page
sorry, that's
52.
Page 52. So this is the extent of the model network,
Yeah.
and what we've identified.
Just
out,
give the inspector a moment to find it.
Sorry, sir.
So we're in your proof.
With my proof
Yep.
of evidence, page 52.
Thank you.
So this is the extent of the network which has been modelled.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think, unless I've misunderstood, the part of the network, Mr. Ponter, that you've actually just described to me is actually part of our model network.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah. So in terms of the model network, what we've reported is the places where we expect the effect to be greater. Now, of course, we've got all the data for all of these different routes. We haven't identified that there's any particular route that, in missing out, we misrepresented impacts.
Well,
And it is your route, I think. Yeah.
there is my route on there.
Yeah. Okay.
This particular, there are other routes that aren't assessed by you, but
Well,
well, there are.
yeah.
Necessarily. The simple position is, by reference to your analysis, we don't know how that driver's experience is affected by the development traffic, do we?
Well, actually, as part of our model network, we haven't identified that as something that is thrown up to be a substantive change. So actually, if to be perfectly honest, the authority that asked us for that particular run, we could have provided it, but we haven't identified it as a problem in the model.
Time is ticking on. I want to turn to some other matters, please, Mr. Axon. Let's just pick up the point about the lanes, if we may. Now, the approach, I think if we've still got the TA to hand, let's just identify where the approach is set out. And I think for our purposes we can look at page 38 of the transport assessment, probably around the 44 mark PDF. At the foot of that page at paragraph 523. Just as a note of the general approach sought to be adopted in this case. And what we're told at the end of 523 is that in the few instances where the new residential network is required to cross the existing lanes, careful consideration will be given to maintaining the priority of the active travel routes with infrastructure provided to prevent vehicular traffic generated by the development from accessing the existing lanes. So that's your general approach to how the existing lanes will be dealt with as far as vehicular traffic is concerned.
Yes.
there's then nothing in the transport assessment, is there, that tells the reader how that is likely to be achieved?
No.
Good. For a moment I thought I might have missed something. So for that, as at the time of submission of the planning applications, to get an indication of what is proposed, we need the design and access statement, CD 1.17, CD 1.17, and its internal page number 44, I think. Let me just see if that's right. Yes, it is. And I'm sorry I can't give you a PDF.
It's the same. It's the same.
Sorry, can you say the reference again?
Yes, it's the design and access statement, which is CD 1.17, and it's internal page number 44 of that document, and there's a little heading on the right hand side of the page that says 6.0 access. Generally, new roads do not cross the lanes.
Yes, I have that, thanks.
Super. And if we look at the little inset, well, it's the little drawing in the bottom left-hand corner of the page. You see that?
Yes.
There's something called Road 48,
Yes.
which presumably is one of the new roads.
Presumably.
And we can see that the way in which that goes broad, if north is the top, let's assume for our the purposes that it is, that goes broadly east-west, and it intersects what we understand to be one of the lanes that goes broadly north-south.
Yes.
Okay. And what the what Road 48 does is narrow
Yes.
in the location of the intersection, and then I think what we've got an indication of some bollards.
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear about where that might happen, if we look at the bigger plan on the right hand side of the page, we've got 3 locations highlighted where the lanes are said to intersect with the new roads in the latest master plan arrangement, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay, good. And is the suggestion here in this, I know you didn't author this, is the suggestion here, do you know, that the solution shown in the little box could be introduced to each of those 3 locations?
I can't tell you whether that was the intention, but I do note the words above. So it says an example of this is shown in the diagram below.
Understood.
And you've seen the caveat there.
We can note, can't we, just for these purposes, that the middle of the 3 locations, on the plan on the right hand side, is an intersection of a lane and your spine road, isn't it?
Correct.
Which presumably you wouldn't want to see narrowed.
Actually, I
Or
have
would
no,
you?
I have no problem with it being narrowed.
Okay. Do you think it could form part of a cross-borough link road if it was narrowed?
Yes.
Matters have moved on by the time we get to your proof of evidence. So your proof of evidence has within it, attached to it, Appendix 3. Appendix 3, which bears the title Active Travel Connections. And excellent work, page 28 of your appendices.
Yes, I heard, thank you.
Much appreciated. 3 other little drawings, I think, with examples of how new roads might intersect with existing lanes.
Yes.
Sorry, just one moment. I'm just finding my place. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Super. Figure 3 is crossing existing lanes examples, and in effect, what in various different ways, what you've shown here is a narrowing of the new road, effectively making it one way with the physical works required to do that, making it difficult to turn from the new road into the lane.
Correct.
Super. I say difficult because, of course, it doesn't prevent it. Physical
Correct.
terms. Nor, Mr. Axon, is it intended to, is it? Because, as I understand your proposal, emergency vehicles might need to perform that manoeuvre.
Well, not necessarily. So, places of emergency access, we've got a lot of frontage, and this is going to be part of a more detailed look at the design. So we've got opportunities for emergency access. They don't necessarily need to be coming through these gaps.
Okay. Have we seen any proposals for those?
No.
And they might also have to accommodate buses, mightn't they? Because according to your proof at paragraph 427, your proof at 427, which you'll find on your page 30. There's a prospect that buses will pass through the site using a combination of the spine road and the existing lanes.
Yes.
Are
That's
they going to have their own little way to get from lanes to new road?
Yes, they'll have
Okay.
their own little way.
Have we seen that?
Actually, I don't know what the answer to that is, but I'm sure that when our master planner is here, he'll be able to explain.
All
that.
right. I'll maybe save that for Mr. Thornton. That'll be exciting for tomorrow.
Gives you at least one question.
I'll think of some others. What we don't see in the transport assessment or the proof is any suggestion that that manoeuvre will be criminalised. That doesn't appear until we get to your rebuttal proof, does it?
Correct.
Okay. Why have you introduced that as a suggestion?
It sounded like a belt and braces approach at the time, and I'm not wanting to be flippant, but it's a two-pronged attack, as effectively we spoke about earlier.
It's come relatively late in the day. By way of, no, don't criticise you
Sorry.
for that necessarily. It's come relatively late in the day. Did you discuss it with any of the statutory bodies that might actually be responsible for enforcing it before you introduced the idea?
No.
That's either the police or the local highway authority.
No, and of course what we're doing here for the purpose of this exercise is understanding whether there are mechanisms. And so
Yes,
we've
but-
identified the two mechanisms, physical and criminal.
Yeah.
But the
But-
answer to the question is no.
The second mechanism, which is criminalising the manoeuvre, which might be needed because in fact people can still do it physically, is only worth any consideration or, in conventional terms, weight, if it's likely to be enforced, isn't it?
Yes.
And we don't have any evidence as to the position of the police with regard to their willingness to or ability to enforce it, do we?
Well, we've not spoken to the police. I would forgive me. I know a number of times you've said this manoeuvre is possible. To be perfectly honest, looking at our track plots in the way we've designed it, the manoeuvre is possible if you own a mini metro. It's actually not possible if you own anything much larger.
We haven't seen the track plots, have we?
No,
I
no,
don't
you
think the
haven't,
inspector
but-
has.
No,
What
that's my
would
evidence.
going back to your little diagram within is it Appendix 3?
Mm.
Actually, no. I think I'd need to see the track plots in order to formulate that question. I can leave that. Is there any evidence before the inquiry, Mr. Atson, that either the police or the county council will be able to commit to effective enforcement of this arrangement?
No.
Okay. Now, part of the route we're discussing involving the lanes, eventually one of them involves using the B lane bridge. I want to just turn to that next. And there's a difference of opinion between you and Mr. Stevens as to the safety of the proposed arrangements. And you rely on, in part, obviously your own judgment for that, which differs from Mr. Stevens, but also the views of a risk assessor who has been consulted with regard to that arrangement, and that's Mr. Pike.
Pike, yes.
I'm going to call him Mr. Pike as
Oh, you
opposed to
really?
just Pike.
I'm sorry, it's a Dad's Army
Disrespectful.
reference. I can't help it.
That's all right. In terms of his assessment of the B lane bridge, did he know that it was likely to be used by buses?
Yes,
How did he know that?
my colleague told him.
What about emergency vehicles?
I don't know.
Just look at your proof, please, again at paragraph 832. Uh, 832, you looked at this, turned this up during the course of your evidence in chief on page 84. You tell us, and you've noted, I think, in your evidence in chief that you surveyed on 3 days that the space, the B lane bridge space that is, accommodates in the order of 30 vehicles, 10 pedestrians and up to 5 cyclists per hour. And then the projected increase of use is in the order of, and this is your 833, 15 vehicles, 15 pedestrians and 10 cyclists per hour. Okay, that's what we see there. Just turn up Mr. Pike's email to you. No, not to you, to your colleague. CD 1084. Have you got that?
I do.
Super.
Yeah.
He tells us, having greeted Paul, what was the result of discussions between them, and he says he was provided with 6 things. Do you see that in
I
the
do.
top half? The fourth of those things is an indication of the likely change in demand for movement. Yeah?
Yes.
What was that?
My understanding is it was the numbers that you've just taken me to in the evidence.
Why was it important to give him that?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So, but in terms of providing him with information, it's one of the pieces of information that we provide him with.
Because it's relevant to his assessment.
It may or may not be relevant to his assessment, but
What
it's
do you
one
think
of the
it
pieces
is?
of information. It helps inform, it helps set the context. Yeah.
And so, if in fact the numbers of movements, including the numbers of cyclist or pedestrian movements, or even vehicle movements, if people are legitimately using that route, notwithstanding your best efforts to do otherwise, if those are increased to any significant degree, that could affect his conclusion, couldn't
I
it?
don't expect it to, no.
That could affect his conclusion.
It could, but it's unlikely.
Last thing, please. We're going to come back to the discussion of, I think, sustainable transport measures, and I'm talking about public transport in the context of the Section 106.
I thought it was going to be temporary.
Beg your
I
pardon.
thought you were going to come back to temporary.
No, we're going to just deal with buses, please. Section 106. What I would like to ask you, though, at this stage is just where we're up to in terms of information about that's before the inquiry, starting with your main proof. and the reference I have is your page 28. Page 28, paragraph 424, the foot of that page, you tell us about a bus company called Arriva Click. You see that?
I do.
And we're told about an expression of interest from them, and then at 425, an expression of interest from Stagecoach. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And then I think moving ahead to your rebuttal proof, and as I say, I just want to understand where we're up to with the provision of information at this stage. Page 33 of your rebuttal proof. You come back to the issue of public transport, and within paragraph 221 on page 33, you tell us about conversations you've had with public transport operators. That's presumably Arriva and Stagecoach, is it?
Correct.
And you tell us that Arriva is preparing a short document explaining its most interesting hybrid proposal.
Yes.
Now, I don't think I've seen a document from either Arriva or Stagecoach with regard to buses to serve the appeal site. Have I missed anything?
No, that's correct.
Okay. Are we going to get anything?
It wasn't something that we were intending submitting to the inquiry because of the way we're approaching public transport. So, of course, as you know, that when we're looking over the next 10 or 15 years, public transport is in a massive, massive state of flux. So what we might be looking at, we're underwriting effectively provision, and we'll be talking about that in the Section 106 agreement. And so in terms of the conversations with the bus companies, they're interesting. Arriva Click is very interested. Stagecoach has actually put a high-level proposal to us, confidential at the moment, but what they've effectively suggested is an extension of route number 3 that runs through Kingsfold, which is a 15-minute service into the site, and they've given us costings for that. But of course what we want to do is we want to make sure that public transport works hand in hand with everything else we're doing from a sustainability point of view, which is why you'll see in the Section 106 next week that we're actually taking ownership of that.
Oh, I've seen the Section 106.
Oh, well, wonderful, yeah.
All I was asking,
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
all I was asking you, Mr. Axon, is whether we're going to get anything from the bus companies ahead of that discussion, and you don't think we are?
No, we're not.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hunter. Right. Okay. Just a couple of questions from me, I think. Mr. Hunter started to list some of the other vehicles that might need to access the lanes. In terms of the existing properties on the lanes, what would be the arrangement with those and the proposed restrictions?
So they would still be able to pass through the lanes in the way that they do at the moment. So there's no restriction on them operating to their existing premises or businesses. So they will still be able to use the lanes and access their premises.
Okay. Maybe I'm missing something, but if these restrictions are put in place, are they having to come through from another direction then to get there?
No, sir, I probably haven't explained this very well, but effectively we're not actually restricting the passage of movement along the lanes themselves. What we're doing is we're designing it to make it difficult for some, almost impossible for others, to actually make the turn.
Yep.
So where our roads cross the lanes,
Yep.
our vehicles will only be able to cross the lanes.
Mhm.
If people are actually using the lanes, they'll still be able to cross.
Okay,
ours.
right. So they come through from the other
Indeed,
direction, effectively.
yeah.
And in terms of the model that you've produced and the extent of the model, and there was a question about a particular route. If I understand you correctly, the model works out every possibility, but you only then pick out the ones that are of concern.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right, that's fine. Good. And I'm not necessarily anticipating a different answer to what you said earlier, but Mr. Ponter did ask several times whether the TA was deficient.
So I've got to be clear, it's not deficient.
Right. Thank you. Right, I think that's my questions. Any questions in re-examination?
Got a few, not
Trustee.
too many, sir. Just a few, if you'll just bear with me for one moment.
Thank you.
Oh, Tempro. If I never hear that acronym again, won't be too soon, but anyway. Now, Tempro and a future design year, 2035, whatever year it is one might want to mention. I think my only friend picked out 2 different years that have been referred to in the work that you and your colleagues have done. So, in a way in which the modelling on behalf of your modelling, your colleagues' modelling, in the way in which that modelling has been done, one has the survey data of 2021 base, as I understand
Correct.
it. Then, in terms of committed developments, have those all been added to the base, regardless of when those committed developments might or might not come on stream in reality in the future?
Yes, they have.
In relation to the development itself, it would be, if we get permission, built out over a considerable number of years. Has all the development traffic been added to the base, regardless of when any particular part of it might actually manifest itself in real life on the roads in question?
Yes, it has.
Yes. In those circumstances, in a world where one doesn't then seek, as you've explained repeatedly, doesn't then seek to add some other unknown growth factor from Tempro, in that world, does it matter in the least whether you have a design year, unquote, quote unquote, or what that design year is?
No, it doesn't.
Just to put all of this into context, because you had a lot of questions about, well, quite a few questions about Tempro. Just to put all this into context, can you just remind us, and I think it is reminding us from what you said earlier on in your evidence in chief, by following the approach that you followed, the percentage uplift from the background traffic, do you remember you went through this in your evidence in chief?
I do remember.
Is X, whereas if you had just done a straightforward application of Tempro,
I remember.
ticked or clicked whatever boxes they might be, how does the one compare to the other?
What we've assumed is greater growth than what one would assume if we simply tick the box and use Tempro.
Very much indeed. Now then, moving on quite a bit. The element of Tempro that the argument is about, that's the element of for unknown growth, things which aren't commitments, not the known items like allocations, the development traffic itself, etc., etc. For the unknowns, that element of Tempro. Let us assume, for the sake of this question, that what Mr. Stevens and the County Council have done in their standalone individual junction models is, as you said in your evidence in chief, is not precluded by Tempro. You can do it. You're not told you should, whether you should or you shouldn't, if you like. Certainly not banned.
Correct.
Right. Have you given extensive commentary in your evidence in chief as to whether the results which are produced even on that basis show a severe adverse impact?
I do.
Yeah, thank you. But in relation to the modelling that has been carried out for the appellants, the microsimulation model, can you just remind us, please, as to your evidence as to whether it's appropriate in that form of modelling, even if it's appropriate to do it in Mr. Stevens' models, whether it's appropriate to do it in the modelling that's been done on behalf of the appellants?
Yes, sir, you'll remember my answer that it's not. particularly because of the type of modelling that we've undertaken.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Now, in the context of all of this, you were taken to your rebuttal appendices, and paragraph 44. Let me just find first of all, let me find the appendices, and then let me find the page. So it's page 7 in your rebuttal appendices. So this is within Appendix 1, this is a technical note, if you like.
Yes.
From your micro sim people. And you'll remember there was quite a few questions actually asked about various paragraphs that begin at paragraph 44 on page 7 and run on for the next few paragraphs. The gist of this was, of the questions was, well, if you like, a case is being made here for why it was thought to depart from the guidance, if you like, in the modelling.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, we remember all of that. Now, as is very apparent to this inquiry, I'm not a highway engineer, nor am I a microsimulation expert or anything else like that. I've just turned up and asked some questions. Can we just look at the quote from TAG, which is set out in paragraph 44 of this note? And I genuinely don't know what the answer to this question is, so let's give it a whirl. Do you remember it all revolved around this quote? So, development of analysis using TAG guidance, for which I think we read for this purpose Tempro, as part of that. Don't overcomplicate it.
It's actually separate.
Separate?
Yeah.
Oh, heavens almighty. All right. Well, it was all put to you and you all answered as if this led us to Tempro.
Yeah.
So shall we still proceed on that
Thank
basis?
you.
Let's proceed on that basis, otherwise we won't get done. So development of analysis using TAG guidance is a requirement for all interventions that require government approval. All interventions that require... Well, we know that that's not what we're dealing with here.
Indeed.
Right. Now, for interventions that do not require government approval, this guidance would serve as a best practice guide. And maybe I'm just being really, really stupid here. It wouldn't be the first time. But are we proposing interventions at all, whether or not they require government approval?
No, and what I tried to get to but didn't explain well is I believe this is in the context of transport infrastructure interventions.
Yeah, well, that's what I wondered. So just help us with that. I mean, an intervention, we're just building some development which will have traffic on the roads.
Correct.
So it's not an intervention. So does any of this got it? Has any of this got anything to do with assessing development traffic?
No, we're not here developing or proposing transport infrastructure in the sense of TAG.
Thank you. Right, you remember that there were quite a few questions about trip generation. Do you remember?
Yes.
Trips database and so on and so forth, and what Mr. Stevens has done. Can you just remind us, please, what difference this makes to the world at large vis-a-vis the two sets of models that have been presented to the inquiry?
No difference, sir.
No, the two sets of models. Do you remember you ranked the percentage differences between yourself and Mr. Stevens?
Sorry, is that, well, I went straight to the effect.
Yeah.
So in terms of when we were talking about development trips, that was at the bottom of my hierarchy of things that mattered. In my percentage terms, the difference between us was 2%.
2%, thank you. And so, again, if Mr. Stevens is right to use a trip rate he's had, well, we've seen this all in chief. Have you modelled a higher trip rate, which is there or thereabouts, what Mr. Stevens has done anyway?
Yes, that's been modelled. Go back to my answer I gave a minute ago.
Exactly.
It makes no difference.
Thank you very much. Good. And of course, Mr. Stevens has modelled in his models with the higher trip rate, so we can see the results
Indeed.
there. Okay, thank you very much indeed. You'll recall that there were some questions about table 6.4 in the TA. You needn't turn it up. It was a table where the percentages didn't add up to 100%.
Yes.
And there was a speculation, I think in fairness, as to why that might be, and you proffered a note on that. So would you find a note helpful on that point? Mr. Axon proffered a note.
If potentially, yes. I suppose it depends
right.
on it.
Keep it short, Mr. Axon. Don't let your modelling boys off the leash too much.
Well, we'll obviously need to let
of course,
Mr. Ponte see that.
Mr. Stevens,
Yeah.
Mr. Tonto, read that to their heart's content. Right. Moving on. The different peak hours you've reported on the hour to on the hour, and Mr. Stevens has reported, from the half hour to the half hour. You remember this. Just help us with this in terms of any of the modelling on either side of the room. Is this likely to make any difference that it's worth worrying ourselves about?
Not one jot, sir.
Sure, thank you. I think you've answered this question in response to the inspector's questions just now, but I just want to check. The line of cross-examination that you've presented journey time results for 7 routes and not all routes, in the way in which the modelling's been done, is there any likelihood that any of the other routes experience worse, that's to say greater delays than the 7 that you've reported?
No, sir.
In a situation where 7 routes have been reported in journey times, and given the answer you've just given about the other routes, which won't be worse in terms of the increases in journey times, as you've just explained, compared to an analysis on a standalone basis, on an isolated basis of 7 junctions, which, if a choice needs to be made, which of those 2 approaches would you advise the Inspector and the Secretary of State to give more weight to?
The microsimulation model approach, sir.
Moving on, issues in relation to inhibiting or precluding, depending on the size of one's vehicle, the ability to get from the development site onto the lanes. Remember, we had some discussion about that. Just help me with this. I think you were here when I asked some questions of Dr. Price. I think.
Yes, I was.
Yes. You might or might not recall that I asked Dr. Price whether this issue would need to be resolved in any event, regardless of our applications, if the allocation is to be taken forward. He said yes, it would. Is that a position you agree with or disagree with?
Yes, I both remember that, and I agree with it.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. And just help me with this. Obviously, we know that the councillors made something of, and it's going to come up in other parts of the inquiry, about the CBR layouts, the Crossborough Link Road not being completely provided by this development, whereas the local plan, it's argued, envisages the entirety of the Crossborough Link Road being provided. Even in that world, let's imagine we've got the entirety of the CBLR in place. Just imagine, for the sake of the question, would this issue about use of the lanes, traffic from the development for the allocation still arise?
It would, sir, yes.
Thank you very much indeed. B Lane Bridge, you didn't know one way or the other whether Mr. Pike had been advised about the potential use of the bridge by emergency vehicles. I don't know whether the clue is in the concept emergency vehicles, but is this anything? Let's assume that Mr. Pike didn't know about it. Is it anything that should give us any cause for concern in relation to pedestrian and cyclist safety?
None at all, sir. As you've heard me say, frequency and severity is the function of safety. When we're talking about emergency vehicles, frequency is extremely low.
And then finally, you were asked about the information provided to Mr. Pike and whether the information vis-a-vis increases in pedestrians and cyclists on the bridge would have been that you report in your evidence, and confirmed it was. And it was put to you, well, one might have more pedestrians and cyclists. In fact, you've said several times you'd like there to be many more pedestrians and cyclists. And you said that you wouldn't expect an increase in pedestrians and cyclists to lead to a different outcome vis-a-vis the assessment.
Correct.
Why did you say that?
Because I wouldn't expect an increase in pedestrians and cyclists to adversely change the character of the route and the nature of the interaction within the route. A bit like the quiet lane approach, sir.
What do you mean by that last comment?
What I mean, sir, is in the quiet lane guidance, we're looking at that there's in the quiet lane guidance actually there's no suggestion that safety is a function of the volume of active travel users on the quiet lane. The only reference given is to the number of vehicles. So indicatively, so within a quiet lane, one could have lots and lots of active travel users, and that wouldn't make any difference to what the guidance suggests.
Okay, thank you ever so much, Mr. Axon. Those are the questions I had for you in re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Axon, for your contribution. Right, okay, so it's time to adjourn for the day. I don't think we need to discuss any procedural matters at the moment. So we will be back tomorrow at 9:30 to hear Mr. Thornton's evidence. Anything else?
No, sir. Obviously, we know what's on the list, and so we're hopefully continuing to progress things, and we'll update you tomorrow.
Excellent, good stuff. Right, thank you very much. Okay, in which case we'll adjourn at 22 minutes past 4 and see you all tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you very much, sir. Just wait for the mics to be turned off.
I was going to ask Mr. Ponter if he was going to
Too late for golf.
So, Mr. Ponter, are you going to get to that golf?
No, it's too late.